Good evening, demons. We are back. Oop, I'm not moving. Let me fix that real quick. There we go. How's everybody doing tonight? Hope you're all doing good. Sorry again about last week. That was some bullshit. I have since resolved the issues with the drive that Heart of the Woods used to be on. I uninstalled it, reinstalled it to the new drive that I have Monster Hunter on. So there should be no issues there. I got us back to the point, like literally the exact line where the power outage cut us off. Because I didn't want to have to keep going through the same parts over and over. Even though we should have, when I was going through it again, the graphic with Morgan and Tara kissing did work this time. But yeah, so we are, what was it? It's like the day after, Abby and Madison finally confessed and smooched and being all cute, and Abigail was in the middle of a very harrowing story. So what we'll probably do is we'll load up and I'll just go over the past few lines from before that. So let's get going. In the past now.
The first step of the ritual involves separating the sacrifice's body from its soul.
Oh yeah. Hang on. Is it a little loud for anybody else? It is for me. It might just be my own settings. One sec. That.
What do you mean? The first step of the ritual involves separating the sacrifice's body from its soul.
Oh, right. Whoops.
From what she told me, as she did it, those poor victims usually try to resist, begging for someone else to be taken. And when their souls are ripped away, they're too damaged to carry on. I didn't resist. I went peacefully. And so the gentle forest spirit, who I'd been raised to believe was some kind of demon, eventually came and took me away. And I've been here ever since.
Her words carry a sense of finality. Not knowing what else to do and still stunned by her story, I simply lean closer to her and pull her into an embrace. There aren't any words that could be enough. Physical comfort is all I can offer. To my surprise, though, when she finally pulls away from me, she looks happier than before. Just like I did earlier, she touches my cheek gently and then leans in for a kiss.
Thank you for listening. I've told the one person who matters, and now I think I can heal.
She's been carrying that for 200 years. Because, there's been no one to talk to. But also just, imagine carrying something so big, the pain of your family abandoning you for your body to be taken and replaced. Just having to carry that for so long. And still being able to go about her time with a smile on her face. Abby's a fucking real one. I'd have been... Like, after seeing what her family did, if I was in her position, I would have resisted too. Poor thing.
I know, sweetheart. I love you. More than anything.
Sick.
I love you too. More than anything.
Women Wednesday. It is. One sec. She sighs contentedly and leans against my shoulder. She takes my hand, intertwines her fingers with mine. We sit there for a long time. We don't say anything. We don't even move. All we do is watch the sky and feel each other's heartbeats. I wake up with a headache, and I know that something's wrong. I'm alone. Abigail must have disentangled herself from my arms at some point, leaving me on my own. Okay. They cuddled up together for sleep. I get up and pace around the church, not seeing her. After a bit, I find her outside its doors.
Good morning.
Good morning, my love.
Oh, they're so cute. Her lips smile, but her eyes don't. It's a look I'm pretty familiar with by now. I slip an arm around her as I take a spot by her side.
Sleep okay?
Well enough. I'm sure all of my nights will be better now that they're spent beside you.
I can't help it. I kiss her on the cheek, and true joy brightens her face.
How about you?
Pretty good. I woke up with, like, a bad feeling, though.
A bad feeling? About what?
I'm not sure. My head kinda hurts, so maybe that's it? Actually, now that I think about it, this is the first actual pain I've felt since turning.
I love how Maddie was like the cryptid skeptic, and now she is the cryptid. It's not the worst headache I've ever had, not by far, but it's enough to be annoying. Feels the same as being dehydrated or having a slight cold.
Oh, poor dear.
She stands on her tiptoes to kiss my forehead. Aww.
I felt the same, actually. I had hoped that stepping outside might help, but it seems not.
She rubs her temples, and I notice just how ragged her eyes look.
How long have you been out here?
A while. Perhaps an hour or so. I was afraid I'd wake you.
Nah, I slept right through. It's not just a coincidence that we both feel sick, is it?
Abigail purses her lips. A brief silence is enough confirmation.
No, I doubt it is. It must be something to do with the forest.
The trees before us sway in the breeze. To me, they look the same as ever. No traces of lingering sickness or pain.
You felt bad the other day, too. When we first met the fairies? Was it the same thing then?
Most likely. Changes in the air. Something's happening. And it isn't good.
I think of the fairies fleeing some unseen terror.
Is it... Evelyn?
I half expect her to shake her head. I want her to say no. But she nods.
I think so. I don't know what she's done or why. But this can't all be coincidence.
I nod, my thoughts turning to Tara and Morgan. I wish they would just get out of here. Leave me to my fate and escape. Let Evelyn do whatever it is she's doing while they're across the ocean, safe. I know that won't happen, though. Tara's not the type to back down from a fight. Except this time, I know she's hugely outmatched, even with Morgan's help.
What about the forest spirit? You said it's a guardian of the woods, right? Why doesn't it stop her?
About that...
I'm sure it's doing what it can, but it's just as intimately connected to the forest as the fairies are. Far more than you or I. So as the forest itself weakens, so does it.
Worry creases her brow.
Is there any way we can help?
Not that I know of.
I can tell she's not really happy with that answer.
Maybe we can think of something together. There has to be something we can do.
Yes, perhaps.
She looks up at me adoringly.
I feel like I can accomplish anything with you by my side.
Aww. Her loving words are nearly enough to counteract the worry that I feel.
We've already beaten death. There's no way Evelyn can stop us. At least not a second time.
First, we just have to figure out how. Abigail slips her hand into mine, where it fits comfortably.
Perhaps you'll make an optimist out of me yet, Medicine.
God, they're so cute. I can't help it.
Shall we go for a walk?
Absolutely.
I'm glad that our changing relationship hasn't changed our routine. The walks around the forest keep me grounded. They're enjoyable, but also a solemn reminder of how trapped we are here. My dream of finding a way out hasn't disappeared or diminished at all. It's just evolved to include Abigail too. There's no way I'm leaving these woods without her. We chat idly as we stroll, enjoying the newfound comfort and intimacy that comes from being lovers rather than just friends. The pain in my head is still there, and I'm sure Abigail still suffers from hers as well. But it's easy enough to ignore in lieu of the pleasure that simply being together brings. We've reached the edge of the fairy clearing, where we always seem to end up. Abigail is glued to my side. I wouldn't have it any other way.
We're probably a little bit early to meet Alma, although they sometimes come by at this time. This grove is one of the easier places for the animals to come drink during winter, so it attracts all kinds of wildlife.
Yeah, I've noticed all kinds of tracks in the snow leading around here.
She nods, pleased. But when we enter the grove itself, my blood runs cold. Abigail and Maddie stand before a stark red bloodstain in the snow. Just ahead, lying prone on the frozen ground, is a fawn that I just know is Alma. It's clearly dying, if not already dead. With a shriek, Abigail drops my hand.
No!
I can feel her anguish cut through me like a knife, visceral and burning. Dashing over, hands outstretched, she falls to her knees and presses a tender hand against its snout. A small motion confirms that it's alive, if just barely. It leans into her, either in fear or in recognition, eyes wild.
No, what's happening to you?
I move closer as well, though not so close as to crowd them. What I witness makes my stomach churn. Gaping wounds perforate the poor thing's body, staining the ground red with blood. They look like knife wounds or bite marks, but there's no visible damage or puncture. It's more like its body simply opened up. Abigail flails her hands, clearly wanting to help but afraid to touch it and cause more pain. She turns to me, teary-eyed.
Madison! What do I do?
I don't know what to do. I don't even know where to start. I kneel down beside Abigail. The lacerations covering Alma's body are clean and even, but varying in size. Some are minute, so small as to be nearly invisible. The largest is a gash that runs the length of her torso.
How does this even happen?
Through choking sobs, Abigail manages to answer.
Magic! These are not normal injuries. It's the forest. The forest is sicker than I thought. And all of its children are hurting for it too.
So we get headaches, while Alma gets this. I shudder. Is it random? Could it just as easily been one of us lying here, bleeding out? Maybe our ghostliness is more of a blessing than I thought in this case. Though without it, we wouldn't be affected by the forest's illness at all. Leaning over, I gently stroke the deer's head. Its breathing is restless and agonized, but it seems to register my presence. My thumb brushes against a wound that I didn't notice, and I jerk my hand back while Alma groans in pain.
I'm sorry!
The deer's blood is viscous, unnaturally so, and slick like motor oil. It sticks to my fingers, stretching and webbing. It's neither warm nor cold. It's unnervingly neutral. I try to rub it off in the snow, but my fingers pass through the ice and dirt, of course. My hand trembles with the disgusting feeling that it'll never be clean again. Abigail is still beside herself, wringing her hands impotently. There's nothing that either of us can do. Just sit there and wait as Alma passes away in agony. But then, a tremor reverberates through the clearing. The ground shakes and snow is rattled from the branches. Fairy baubles dance up and down. Abigail and I both face the forest in the direction of the sound, already knowing what's coming. The forest spirit strides into view. as tall as the trees, but no taller. It brushes past trees with no notice of the branches and snow that it disturbs. As it draws into the clearing, it acknowledges us with a level gaze. It's been a while since Abigail and I have been by to see it. The deer looks up at the forest spirit with pained recognition, its eyes wide and breathing shallow with pathetic relief. Abigail looks up at it too, tearfully, clearly glad to see it. The spirit looms closer, its great presence alone seeming to revitalize the air around us. My headache vanishes in an instant. The spirit stretches out one immense finger, drawing from head to tail across the deer's mangled body. The two lock eyes, and as the spirit retracts its hand, it curls the finger inward, calling Alma to it. In one motion, the deer's eyes roll backwards as life exits its body. At the same time, its spectral form, ephemeral and perfect, rises from its corpse. Boundless as in life, it gives us one last glance, and then it springs across the fallen snow before vanishing into thin air, gone to join some spectral herd somewhere. Abby wipes her tears and stands. She moves to the spirit's side and gently pats it.
Thank you. I'm glad you came.
The spirit's shoulders sag, its branches hanging low and still despite the slight breeze. I notice what look like burn marks on its hide, where part of its wooden skin is blackened and dark. Without a doubt, Evelyn's doing as well. I'm reminded of an old man putting a child to rest. Sorrow and surely pain as well weigh heavily on it. I wonder how it knew to come. Did it feel Alma's pain? Or perhaps Abigail's? Bearing the emotional weight of an entire ecosystem, my heart aches for the spirit, as well as for Abigail, who seems forever hurt by her powerlessness. The spirit and I meet eyes again, and I bow my head in reverence. I don't know it well enough to speak to it like Abigail, but for Alma's sake, I'm also glad it's here. It stoops down and picks up the deer's corpse. Blood now runs freely from the injuries, somehow not clotting, and I have to look away. Without a second thought for us, the spirit turns and leaves once more, going back the way it came. Abigail and I watch it go. In all, the encounter couldn't have lasted more than a minute or two. After the last of its footfalls have faded away, Abigail and I sit in silence. I hold her close until we finally return to the church. The rest of the day passes quietly, the earlier euphoria of our relationship being overshadowed by fear of the shifting forest. Though Abigail is never more than an arm's reach away from me, and usually closer, she's nearly silent. Yeah. I forgot about that part before we started, and as soon as Maddie woke up with the headache, I was like, oh, fuck. Yeah. Poor Alma. Like, she's a deer. You know, it's likely that she would have been got by predators. But there's a point to that, you know, becoming food for something else. There was no point to that death. Her headaches returned not longer after leaving the fairy clearing, stronger than before. Now, some combination of pain and sorrow keeps us both quiet. At some point, I reach for her hand out of habit. And that's when it happens. My hand passes right through hers as if she isn't even there.
Abigail!
I say the first thing that comes to mind. With a fright, she leaps up, searching around for the source of my panic. It seems she didn't even feel it.
Look!
I reach for her hand, and once again, it passes right through. Just like when we first met. Or we could even speak with each other. She understands instantly.
Oh no. Oh no,
What's happening? Are you okay? Do you feel any different?
I don't know enough about magic to even start to guess why this might be happening to her.
Should we take you to the forest spirit? Or get you some rest? Or...
Madison, it's not me.
What?
It's you.
I look down at myself. Sure enough, my whole body is slightly transparent. I can see the floor of the church through myself. Vertigo hits me and I stumble. Abigail lurches forward to catch me, but of course she isn't able to. Dread fills my heart. Please, no. Not again.
What do I do?
I slap my hand at a pathetically ridiculous action. I can't even feel it. My own hand goes right through me. Shaky, Abigail stands up, holding her head.
Something's happening to the forest. This must all be connected somehow. It's simply impossible otherwise.
What could Evelyn be doing?
I know that she has to be involved. I don't even have to ask.
I have no idea. Nor do I know why she's choosing now of all times to do it.
It's because she saw them. I don't think it's ever, like, directly explained, but my reading on it is it's that she saw them, like, leaving the house, and that's when she was like, oh, I've got to go fuck with the forest spirit and kill anything that might be lurking in there that could interfere with my plans. Pretty sure, anyway.
Do you think the forest spirit can help us?
The forest spirit is all I can think of. The only ally that we have. At least it's a powerful one. Abigail looks away. I'm sure the spirit was her first thought, too.
Perhaps we can try.
Wordlessly, she heads out of the church and I follow behind her. Happiness and joy that we shared so recently has evaporated entirely. I wish that life, whatever form it takes for us, could just slow down. And we could have more than a moment to rest. But I know that's impossible while Evelyn is still out there. And I know that one way or another, we're going to have to be the ones to deal with her. But what I don't know is if we even have a chance.
Do you know what's going on? Has something like this happened to you before?
It hasn't. This is the first I've seen of it. But I think I know. I think that the forest is having trouble keeping you here. The magic is getting weaker too.
So does that mean that...
I leave the implication unspoken. Abigail halts in her tracks, facing me with a fiery determination.
No, I won't let anything bad happen to you. Not again. I promise, Madison.
I don't know if she has the power to keep that promise, but I can only hope so.
Okay, I trust you.
I really do. Leaving in Abigail is my only option, but even if it weren't, it's like she said. Together, we can get through anything. I try not to think of what it would mean if I'm wrong. I'm not even totally sure myself. Would I just cease to exist? Go on to an afterlife? Something else? None of the options are especially appealing, and I know that dwelling on them will only make me feel worse. So I just focus on the here and now and sticking close to Abigail. Even I can tell that she's right when she says the whole forest is affected. Aside from the harsh winds, everything else feels subdued somehow. The trees don't seem to stand as tall, and the leaves and needles look dull even by wintry standards. What little sunlight there is feels dreary rather than bright. A light snow falls from the sky. The heavy clouds overhead promise more, and soon. Pausing for a sec. I wonder if Maddie now has a fear of snow. Or of, like a really, really big fear of snowstorms. Like, 100% understandable if she does. Just... Curiosity, hi! Nice seeing you! Thank you so much for the follow. Might be some PTSD. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. I imagine it would if that happened to me. Yeah, snow is scary. It is. Like, especially if, you know, you literally experience a death in a snowstorm. It occurs to me that we've been walking longer than we normally have to. Instead of changing the forest path to get us there quickly, we're following the regular route through the trees.
Hey, why aren't we taking a shortcut through the forest? Is it too sick to let us do that?
Wringing her hands, Abigail looks away.
It's more that I'm afraid to try. If I push myself too hard, then...
She leaves the consequences unspoken. I can imagine what they might be. The same as what's happening to me, or worse. Whatever exactly that is.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. It's okay. Take as much time as you need.
It's been so long since I visited the spirit. Our brief moment in the grove with Alma was the first time in days. I wonder if it's missed me.
Of course it has. Who wouldn't?
Aww.
You're far too sweet, Madison.
We're gonna get diabetes from how sweet these two are. Goddamn. She nuzzles her head against me. The angle is a little awkward since we're still walking, but it's nice. Then she jerks away like she was stung.
Oh, you're back.
Oh, she didn't even... Yeah, it's like, you know, go for the nuzzling, and then it's... Oh!
Back?
Her hand envelops mine, smooth and soft like always, rather than passing through me.
Oh!
Just because she can, she leans forward and gives me a quick peck on the lips.
I was so worried.
Me too.
I rub my arms and sides, making sure that I'm all there. Everything seems to be in order.
Hopefully permanent.
Indeed. It's not too much farther to the spirit either. We should hurry.
Sweat makes her brow glisten a little. She's definitely still feeling strained, even though I can tell she's trying to hide it.
Don't push yourself too hard, sweetie.
Sweetie, they're so gay.
I won't.
Still, despite her words, the longer we walk, the more visible a toll it seems to take on her. Her steps slow down, even though she wanted to hurry, and her breathing sounds labored.
Are you sure you're all right?
I'm fine. It's just...
Rubbing her eyes, she shakes her head. Right then, a pile of snow hits the ground a few feet away from us. Looking up, I spot a tree drooping, its boughs angled down as if bent.
It's the forest again. Not me alone.
She voices what I already knew.
Something terrible must have happened for it to be this way.
Since I'm unable to feel the forest like she can, all I can do is watch and worry.
Just now? Or at least today?
Maybe. Or we may only now be feeling the effects. I'm not sure.
I can tell by the frustration in her voice that she's nearly as in the dark about all of this as I am. I have to remind myself that what she knows, she only picked up by intuition and years of observation. I'm fortunate to have a guide as knowledgeable as she is about our situation, even if she doesn't know everything. I know when we're getting close to the grove of ancestral trees from the change in the air and the ways that the trees are larger than before. That profound sense of being watched and of primal energy is still present, but that feels even mellower. The gaze, yeah, it's things aren't going for them well right now, Maderu. Were you there when Evelyn burnt that big tree? Yeah, there's consequences to that. Yeah, Maddie was like she couldn't even make contact with Abigail. So like she was ghosting to a ghost. And shit is getting real bad. And there was a really graphic scene of a fawn dying. It was brutal. Ghosting to a ghost. Look, I tried. Or maybe strained. Through everything, there's also the acrid smell of smoke. Suddenly, Abigail lets out a yelp of horror and dashes forward.
Abigail!
I follow right on her heels.
Oh no.
It doesn't take long to discover what she found. Where there was once a mighty tree, all that remains is a blistered and charred husk, blackened by flames. A painful buzzing penetrates my head, nearly unbearable, and all I can do is watch in horror as a foreign sorrow emanates. Even I can tell that this is the forest crying out. here at the locus of its pain, even I am affected. I can't imagine how Abigail must feel. Her fingers run across the damaged wood as if searching for a sign of life. I have to remember that this isn't just another part of the forest. This is its heart, its very soul. And for so long, it was also her home.
How did I not know? I've been so happy these few days that I must have blinded myself to the pain of the forest.
From behind, I wrap my arms around her, pressing my face against her shoulder.
I'm sorry. It's not your fault, though. Even if you knew, you couldn't have changed it. If anything, we were lucky to have those few days.
She clings to me, pinioning my arms into an even tighter embrace. As I feel her cry against me, my own uselessness feels like more of a curse than death ever was. I wish there was some magic word or spell that I could use to make things better. But all I can do is hug her tightly and warmly and hope that I'm as much of a reassurance for her as she is for me. Then without warning, I once again see my arms go transparent, and the feeling of Abigail against me disappears. Although this time it's not as big a shock, it's still a reminder that we don't have long to wait. Abigail notices and steadies herself alone.
Let's keep going. The spirit must be around here too.
Why doesn't it stop Evelyn? Isn't that its job as guardian?
It probably can't. I'm sure it wants to, but...
Probably the fact that she keeps taking over human bodies has something to do with it, if I had to guess.
It relies on the forest for strength. So if the forest is weak, then it must be too. In fact, that may be Evelyn's intention.
The sinking feeling in my stomach intensifies. If she's even stronger than the forest spirit, what hope do we have? I don't voice that fear, though. I'm sure Abigail's already worried about the same thing. It isn't much longer before we encounter the spirit. At first, we almost miss it. Need Tara to hurry up and beat the shit out of Evelyn already? Fucking same. The forest spirit stands idle in a clearing, as if lost in thought. It barely seems to notice us when we approach. The slight tilt of its head is the only acknowledgement we get. It's small. Smaller than I've seen it before. It's barely as tall as I am. The light in its eyes, usually bright and terrifying, have gone dim. It looks more like the wounded deer from the clearing the other day than the being who helped it pass on. Just like the trees it protects, its branches sag and are bare. A few have jagged ends, as if something snapped them off. None of the wildlife that usually accompany it is around. Instead, it seems alone and abandoned. Though it hasn't been long since we last saw it, it looks significantly pained. I wonder if its salvation of Alma was taxing on it. Abigail cries out again, just like when we came across the burned tree. As anguished as she sounded then, this time, it's even worse. I I hang back as she runs to its side, not wanting to intrude on a private moment. She places a hand on its leg, crooning something that I can't make out. Though the spirit tilts its head a little bit more to face her, the motion is stilted and janky. As exhausted and sick as Abigail seems, the forest spirit seems to have it 10 times worse. It makes a mournful sound, a deep and sonorous hum. It seems to echo and reverberate off the trees around us. Though I can't understand it like Abigail can, the pain and suffering in its tone is obvious. Abigail presses a cheek against it, patting the creature gently, the same way she sometimes comforts me. I look down at myself, shimmery and transparent, and I'm pretty sure we won't be getting any assistance from the spirit. A wave of nausea hits me as I ponder just what that means. I don't have any backup plans. If Abigail does, she didn't mention them. Is my only choice to just stay like this and hope my condition doesn't get any worse? Ever since I came to the forest, it's felt like I haven't had any control over my own fate, and I can't help but worry that this will be the final nail in the coffin. Perhaps literally. I fidget, adjusting my scarf and hood and glasses countless times. Abigail remains close to the spirit, pacing slow circles around it as she talks to it softly. I wonder what she's saying. Sometimes the spirit will hum, or make a gesture that could be a nod. All the while, I keep my respectful distance. At some point, I realize that it's snowing. I don't know how long it's been going on. As some of the snow settles in the spirit's broad shoulders, it doesn't look festive or pretty. It just looks pitiful. The spirit sags, bearing the weight of the world. I'm not sure how long I wait, but I don't rush Abigail at all. This could be the last opportunity she has to speak with the forest spirit, judging by its condition. I'm sure she's thinking the same thing. Evelyn about to become fertilizer for this friend? You know it. Oh, for God's sake, my model fucking broke again. And that's why we're doing the Donathon, because this is not usable in the long term. Let me just pull that back up. So much for no more scuff. I flit between solid and intangible so many times that I stopped keeping track. I just watched the two of them. Finally, Abigail pulls herself away from the spirit. She approaches me looking like she wants to say something, but doesn't. Her eyes say it all, though. I try to hug her, but she softly shakes her head, and instead escorts me away, back into the woods. Though she never looks back, I do, but just once. The spirit's lonely eyes watch us go. Heavy snow batters us while we walk. Though of course its chill doesn't reach us, our visibility is effectively zero. Too weak to even alter the path of the forest, Abigail clings to my side, trusting me to lead us back to the church. Though I maintain a brave face, I'm not fully confident in my ability to get us there. blizzard calls to mind memories of the day I died, although I don't let myself dwell on them. I'm not alone this time. I have something, someone more to live for. Her journey is strenuous. We move at a glacial pace, but it's the fastest that Abigail can manage. Her steps are heavy and slow, and as much as I want to urge her along, I know that I can't. I'm glad that she's watching the ground in her feet rather than me, so that she doesn't have to see the worry on my face. Every time I start to think that I've got this whole ghost thing figured out, something new arises to complicate it all over again. And this time, I don't even have Abigail's experience to guide me. What happens if she loses the ability to walk altogether? Or to speak? What happens if the magic that keeps me here runs out? The occasional flickering of my body makes that a very real concern right now. I hold tightly to her hand, the only anchor of comfort and security right now. But even that has grown clammy and cold. Swallowing a lump in my throat, we march on. Trees bow in the wind, trying to turn their backs against it. For the first time that I can remember, there aren't any woodland creatures out and about. No mice or rabbits or chirping birds. Not even a panicked deer phasing in and out of existence like me. It may as well just be me and her and no one else in the universe.
Come on, I'm sure we're almost there. It can't be much further.
I say the words for my own sake as much as for hers. In truth, I have no idea if I'm right or not. For all I know, we could be heading in the totally opposite direction of the church. Even then, once we arrive at the church, I'm not sure what to do. Will she get better with time to rest? Will I? Right now, the church is just a goal. It gives us something tangible to work towards. Something to keep our feet moving, slowly or not.
I'm sure you're right.
Her voice is barely a murmur. I can only hope that she's saving her energy on purpose. I'm afraid to ask. I wonder how much of what's happening is by the mayor's design. While everything stems from her, it's impossible to know how much was deliberate and how much was simply a ripple effect from what she's done. I wonder if she even considers us a threat, or gives us any thought at all. If she doesn't, then maybe we can use that against her. Of course, first we have to reach a point where we can do that. During a momentary lapse in the blizzard, I'm able to make out a welcome sight in the haze. A warped and curled tree that I distinctly remember from an earlier trip.
Look, you recognize that tree too, right? I'm pretty sure you were the one who showed it to me the first time. We're almost home.
Abigail nods weakly, though she doesn't say anything. I squeeze her hand, trying to impart some strength into her. It kills me to see her like this, and I'd give anything to be able to help her.
Almost there, you've got this.
She nods again, unable to do or say more. Except she doesn't stop nodding, like a bobblehead. I tug her along, trying to lead her the rest of the short way, but she's rooted to the spot.
Listen.
And then she collapses, and the world goes black. I jolt and choke on nothing as I gasp for a breath that I don't actually need. Abigail has fallen to her knees. I didn't even feel her hand slip out of mine. I try to take the half step. Oh. Hang on. I try to take the half step, cross the few centimeters that separate us, but a moment later it's black. It takes me a moment to understand, and I immediately wish that I hadn't. Oh my god. I just stopped existing for a second. Profound dread grips my heart. Looking down at myself once again, I can see right through my hand and arm to the snow accumulating beneath us. Not good. This is extremely not good. I collapse to the ground beside Abigail, but at least of my own accord. I try to shake her by the shoulder, but it takes several tries before I can maintain a form long enough to even touch her.
I'm sorry, Medicine. I just need a little break.
With visible effort, she turns to look at me. I don't think she even realizes what's happening. But then I phase into non-existence for another moment. And when I come back, horror is clearly etched onto her face. Finding some hidden reserve of strength, she lunges forward towards me and grabs my hand. Immediately, everything goes back to normal.
Madison, are you okay? Can you hear me?
I mean, I wouldn't say she's okay by any stretch.
I'm fine now.
I hold her hands a bit tighter to reaffirm it.
Are you okay, though?
I'm just a little tired is all.
Girl, you are beyond tired. She forces herself up again, looking more than a little tired. Immediately, she sways and nearly falls, but I catch and steady her. She leans into me, and I pull her into a hug.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Gently, I stroke her hair. In truth, I'm terrified, but I don't want her to see that. It'd only make things worse. I guide Abigail over to a fallen tree where we can sit down, indifferent to the blizzard. Even though the church isn't much farther, I don't want to push her too much right now. I wrap one arm around her as we sit, and I hold her close.
Where can we go for help? Maybe if the forest spirit sees how rough it is for us.
But she shakes her head.
Believe me, it would if it could. But I fear that it's even weaker than I am right now. It's much more in tune with the forest than me, so it's suffering the effects even more strongly.
All of this because Evelyn killed one tree?
It wasn't just any tree. It was one of the ancestral trees. The oldest one. They're the heart of the forest. All of its strength comes from them.
I can't pretend to understand their importance, but I know that Abigail isn't exaggerating. Not at a time like this.
So what do we do? There has to be some sort of solution, right? Can we plant another tree or something?
Even as I say it, I know the idea is ridiculous. We don't exactly have the centuries it would take for a new tree to grow up as big and strong as the one that was killed.
The forest spirit is supposed to become the next one. All of the ancestral trees were once spirits like the one you've met.
What's stopping it? The mayor?
Her hand clenches around my shoulder where she was holding on tightly.
That's right. I hadn't even realized.
Realized what?
Groaning, Abigail sits up straight. So long as we're like this, it seems like I'm able to maintain my physical form.
This spirit can't pass on its own. It needs the help of a fairy queen. That's one of her duties to the forest.
Uh-oh.
But there's no fairy queen right now.
Yep.
Yes, which means that there's no one to complete the ritual.
The rest goes unspoken, as we both come to the same realization. An awful one.
Madison.
I know.
Get crunching? When we get to a more appropriate time, I will do that.
There aren't any other options, are there?
None that I know of.
I close my eyes and take a deep breath, heading off the wave of fear that I know is coming.
I'm sorry, again.
It's okay. You don't need to apologize. Really.
But
Taking both her hands in my own, I turn to face her. Understanding, her eyes close halfway as her lips part to meet mine. Part of me wishes I could spend an eternity like this, together, warm, with the woman I love. But even that isn't an option anymore. Our kiss ends far too quickly, although I'm not sure it could have ever been enough. When we part, there are tears on Abigail's face. I'm not sure if they're mine or hers.
It'll be okay somehow. I know it.
It will be, because we are on track to get the good ending.
I'll be with you, no matter what.
I know. Thank you. Seriously. I couldn't do this without you.
I love you.
I love you too.
As one, we turn and face the forest again, putting the church behind us. Resigning myself to what comes next, I point in the direction we need to go.
Let's go visit the fairies. I'm sure they're still looking for a new queen.
Alright, let me get them crunches going and see if we got any good ones today. Eh, not bad. This sucks, man. Let the girls be happy. Yeah, but also, like... yeah, let the girls be happy, but, you know, evil and, you know, two cute lesbians, evil and intimidating mayor horse. Oh, I need that meme now, but it still says evil and intimidating horse, but it's just Evelyn. Oh, I'm glad I made myself laugh there, because that was getting really depressing. Sorry about the timing. No problem, Cernybot. Oh. Okay. Once again, we reach the grove where the fairies nest. It occurs to me that is the only part that seems unaffected by the forest's sickness. The trees are just as vibrant as ever, and the pond just as crystal clear. It's a good idea. Opens paint. I'll thank you, Lemon. We stumble into the middle near the shore of the pond. Abigail takes several woozy steps, and I hold her shoulder to keep her steady. Then I flicker, and she starts to fall, barely managing to keep her balance. Forget days or even hours to find another solution. We might not even have minutes.
Hello?
I call out, a bit surprised that none of the fairies have come to greet us. I watch the trees and listen for the buzz and flutter of wings. But it remains silent and still.
Hello? Fairies!
It's fucked when you can see, like, Maddie flickering there. It feels a little absurd and on the nose, but I don't know what else to say. There's no response.
Please, we need your help!
I might as well be shouting into the void. There's not even a single rustle. I notice that the birds who used to nest in the bushes seem to have abandoned this place. Tendrils of fear creep through me. What if the fairies are gone too?
Madison,
I turn towards Abigail, but she's not even looking at me.
Madison.
She just murmurs my name over and over. I steel myself and face forward for her.
If you can help us, I'll find you a queen. Even if it has to be me.
My voice sounds stronger than I feel. There's no reaction. My heart pounds, feeling like it's going to burst out of my chest. Seconds pass. Nothing. Beside me, Abigail has fallen silent, swaying on her feet, but looking as if she might collapse. All of her trust and hope has been placed in me. I can't let her down. I won't let her down. Just as I gather breath to yell out again, I start to hear a faint buzzing sound deep in the trees. Something flickers far away, but getting closer. I realize it's many somethings. Tiny lights spark to life, woven throughout and across the trees like Christmas lights. Those and the growing buzzing herald the arrival of the fairies. They burst from the trees as a swarm, nearly enough to darken the sky overhead. Like before, 3 break apart from the rest and swoop towards us. I recognize them as the 3 I spoke to before, the ones I named Hay, Anon, and Frio.
You're back! To be queen? We've been waiting.
They watch inquisitively while the rest of the swarm hover overhead. It isn't what I want. I still barely know what being a queen would entail, much less a fairy queen. All I have is one short vision. But it's not like I have time to research or to learn. There's not time for anything else. It's this or disappear forever and leave Abigail to whatever fate she's suffering. Of course, that's not an option I'm even willing to consider. I put on the sternest face I can and lock eyes with the fairy in the middle.
Only if you can help us.
Wordlessly, the 3 fairies dart forward, inspecting Abigail and me. They communicate silently with each other, leaving me to wonder what they're saying and thinking. A minute later, they return to their position in front of my face.
Name your terms. But are you sure? We think we know.
If you make us human again, and stop Whatever it is that's happening to us, then I'll make sure you have a queen. Whether it's me or someone else.
A queen! Who else could it be? We've spent so long looking. There's not much time left! For you or for us?
It's funny they say that, considering they had said before that time is a human construct.
Wait, what do you mean? What are you running out of time for?
Little wiggly legs. Technically, they ain't even legs.
She'll make her move! Haven't you seen? The moonsick one.
Moonsick. There's that word again.
Moonsick one. You mean Evelyn?
Evelyn. A human name. It must be her.
I don't fully follow, but there's no one else they could be referring to. There's so much that I want to ask, but can't right now.
How long do we have?
Until the moon is at its brightest. That's when she's strongest. Will you be ready then?
I'll have to be.
I haven't been paying much attention to the moon, but I know that it can't be more than a week until it's full. Probably less. I really wish I had Terra's stupid shirts to use as a reference right now. Terra. In all of this, I haven't even really been considering that by becoming a human again, not just a ghost, I'll be able to see her. That's at least one big upside, though I don't know where we'll even begin catching up. Still, that's something else to be figured out later. Facing the fairies, I nod.
Okay.
We can start preparing. Are you ready? It won't take long.
Yeah. I just need a moment to get ready too.
The fairies flit off and rejoined the rest of their kind, not bothering to respond. That's fine by me. I turn back to Abigail, who's been silent throughout this entire thing. At first, I thought maybe she'd passed out, but instead she's watching me with anxious eyes.
Madison, are you sure?
Softly, she leans against me. Well, she kind of falls.
Yes, I'm sure.
The fairies have all gathered near the pond, close to one of the trees. They watch us intently, ruining the chance of any private moment. I kiss Abigail's cheek and feel her nuzzle against me for just a moment.
I love you, Madison.
She says it with more strength than she's been able to muster so far.
I love you too.
We look into each other's eyes for one last moment. Then I turn and stride towards the fairies. I don't let myself look down. I don't let my hands shake. Keep my steps measured and even. I only glance back once to where Abigail is watching me. Then Hay, Frio, and Anon descend once more. Frio loosely grips a crown of woven flowers and leaves, as out of season as the rest of this grove. I would say that it doesn't feel real, but to tell the truth, it's been a long time since anything has.
Is it time? We hope it is. Just put this on.
That's it. All I have to do is put on the crown?
That's all for you. Is that too much? We'll do the rest.
Okay. Frio hands me the crown. I let it rest on my palms. It's light, barely noticeable. The flowers are all woven together so deftly that I have to wonder if it was made by magic. It's also slightly warm, like it had just been sitting in the sun for a while. I swallowed the lump in my throat. This is what's best for everyone. Not just for me or Abigail, but for the whole forest.
Maddie now wears a beautiful, delicate flower crown.
With one swift motion, I reach up and place the crown on my head. It fits perfectly, as if it was made for me. I wonder if it was. The moment it touches my hair, the fairies start to move. They chatter out loud, but there are so many of them speaking that it's impossible to hear what they're saying. I don't even know if they're human words. Altogether, they sound like a forest of rustling leaves. I shut my eyes as I feel a tingling sensation. It starts at the top of my head and slowly works its way through me. It's not uncomfortable at all, but it also isn't anything ignorable. Something soft brushes against my face and hands. It feels like snow, but isn't cold. And when it melts away, there's no trace of wetness left behind. An invisible force feels like it's tugging me in every direction at once, but I stay rooted to the spot. A light scent of pine fills my nose. Somehow, it's nostalgic.
As Maddie is crowned the Fairy Queen, with her outfit changing to match her new role, her simple jacket changes into a long frilly green dress with white lace decorated with blooming flowers.
I open my eyes, still in the middle of my metamorphosis. Warmth spreads through my body like a hot cup of coffee, and with it comes understanding of the forest and how I'm a part of it. I'm acutely aware of its existence, tuned to its precise frequency. I imagine this must be what Abigail meant by being connected. Memories that aren't mine start to run through my head. A movie that I can't shut off. Visions of trees sprouting from the earth and growing skyward, and of clouds forming and then falling apart. Each denizen of the forest, every tree, every deer, even the forest spirit itself, come to mind at once, feeling like old friends I haven't seen in a while. None of it feels new. It's not intrusive or foreign. Rather, this knowledge feels like something that's always been there, but without my awareness. Or maybe something I'd forgotten. It's comfortable. And still the fairies dance overhead, their rustling chants even louder as they perform their ritual. I wonder if all fairy queens are inaugurated this way. And at the same moment I wonder, I know instinctively that they aren't. Visions of a beautiful woman whom I immediately recognize as the missing fairy queen come to mind. And with her comes a longing, a feeling of something missing. Then as my thoughts turn, the vision and the longing are gone too. I can feel the rustle of cloth against my skin as even my clothes acknowledge the changes, taking on a life and form of their own. They lengthen and stretch and puff out, becoming a dress more elaborate and beautiful than anything I've ever worn before. Living, breathing flowers bloom from its hem right before my eyes, matching the crown on my head. I feel the magic work its way through, over, and around me, enveloping tightly. And then, as the ceremony comes close to an end, I start to feel it drain out of me. It seeps down and out, and back into the earth and air, returning to the forest that lent me its strength and trust to take on this role. As I heave a deep breath, the enormity of the responsibility that's been placed on me feels heavy, but not unbearably so. If anything, I'm reassured by the competence and power that I can simply feel that I have. I'm not invincible. I know that much. But for the first time in ages, I feel like I'm in control. I stumbled, just a little bit, as my feet touched the ground that I never knew I'd left. The instant that I do, the last of the shifting magic leaves me, although I can still feel it as part of the forest. Without anyone saying anything, without any confirmation, I simply know. It's done. I've become the Fairy Queen.
Chapter 5. Gonna save? I'm glad I drank water. My tears are running out. I should take a quick sip as well. My first steps as Fairy Queen are shaky. At any moment, it feels like my legs might give out from under me. Yet at the same time, I feel a strange sort of confidence and inner strength. I don't know if magic literally courses through my veins or not, but it feels that way. My next few steps as Fairy Queen are easier. I keep my gaze fixed on Abigail as I make my way towards her. She waits impatiently, concern clearly etched on her face. The fairies buzz agitatedly over my head, darting and dashing in pointless patterns. Though they don't vocalize anything, I can hear their voices clearly in my head.
Our queen! Welcome home. How does it feel?
I acknowledge their words, and at the same time, I can feel myself being acknowledged. It comes as naturally as breathing. I promise that I'll get to them in a moment.
Madison, are you alright?
I like how she gets the new dress and everything, but she gets to keep her glasses. She clings to my side, her slender arms tight around me. Though I'm not shaking anymore, her presence is still infinitely reassuring. I press my lips to her head, and we sway gently back and forth. I can feel her too, as part of the forest. Her presence is as warm and comforting in my head as in my arms.
I'm fine. I'm totally fine.
She makes a sound that I think is a gasp, but that I soon realize is a sob. Abigail cries against my shoulder, her arms tightening like a vice. I don't ever want to let her go. I hold her as tightly as I can while her body is racked with sobs. Her breath and tears are warm, almost painfully hot. The thin lace of my new outfit does little to inhibit them.
I'm so sorry that all of this is happening. I'm sorry.
Gently, I find her hands and take them in mine. I squeeze them, trying to impart the same kind of solace that she gives to me.
It's okay. Really. I'm happy things turned out this way. I'm glad that I met you, no matter the circumstances.
Her cries get stronger, and I drop one of her hands in order to brush her hair back from her tear-stained face. We hold each other tightly until she's able to calm down. Meanwhile, fairies still continue to circle overhead, although they remain respectfully silent. Finally, Abigail heaves a steady breath and steps back just a little bit.
I'm sorry again. It was just that seeing you there with the fairy light. I mean, you looked beautiful. You still do. More than beautiful. But it made me again realize everything that you've gone through. Everything I've put you through.
I press a finger to her lips. She looks up at me, surprise replacing the sadness.
It's okay. I'd go through all of it again to end up here with you. I mean it.
Abigail sniffles heavily, and I can tell that she's trying not to cry again.
You can make it up to me by getting out of all of this with me.
She nods.
That sounds more like a gift to me than the other way around. But I'll keep being selfish and take it.
Good. I want you to be selfish.
We kiss quickly and briefly, then separate. I look up at the fairies above me, who are glad to be noticed again.
Thank you for saving me like this. I owe you my life.
Somehow, I've ended up owing my life to way more people than I ever expected to.
You have 3 days to keep it. That's right! You're running out of time! We can't wait much longer!
I know. I'll find a queen for you.
I know that it won't be easy as I make it sound. After meeting some of the Eisenfeld locals, I don't get the impression that any of them would be interested in the offer. Still, I have 3 days to figure it out.
We'll be waiting. We know we'll see you again. With a new queen or not.
The ritual finished, the fairies quickly disperse back into the trees. I'm glad there's no more ceremony or ritual to go along with my transformation. Alone with Abigail once more, I head to the shore of the pond so that I can finally get a full glimpse of myself. I barely recognize my own reflection. The girl staring back at me from beneath the water looks much more suited for the position of queen than I expected. She looks calm and confident, like she's unafraid of whatever happens next. Hope I'm not just fooling myself. I turn this way and that, admiring my new outfit. Atop my head, the flower crown that the fairies gave me fits comfortably. I wonder if it's meant to tempt me into staying. Abigail moves closer, peering into the water with me. Our reflections next to each other serve as a visible reminder as to why I can't stay. As comfortable and satisfying as this newfound gift is, I have no desire to keep it at the cost of our freedom. I'll get us out of this.
Are you ready to go?
I am.
Okay. First things first, we need to get in touch with Morgan and Tara. They probably know more about the mayor than we do.
It'll also set my mind at ease a lot. There's so much that I need to say to Tara. Even if I spent all of our 3 days just talking with her, that still wouldn't be enough time.
How will we do that? Going into the village would be far too dangerous.
We don't have to. We just have to get to the cabin.
I flex my fingers, still acutely aware of the magical tingling.
And that's easy like this.
Abigail runs her fingers over mine, her skin angelically soft like always.
All right. I trust you.
I curl my fingers, squeezing her hand again.
Thank you. Speaking of which, there's something I think we should do.
Question mark? I pause a moment while she waits expectantly. Much like the way my coronation just ended, what I'm about to say seems unceremonious.
I think I can return us to the physical plane, too. Both of us.
It takes a second for the implication to sink in before Abigail's eyes grow wide as saucers.
Madison! Are you sure?
Her hand clutches her heart.
Yeah, I can't explain how I know, but I just do. There's a lot of stuff that I can do now. But that way, you'll be able to talk with Morgan and Tara too. And I know that we'll need all the help we can get at the end.
I keep banishing thoughts of what the end will be, because there's only one way that this can end. Putting a stop to Evelyn once and for all. I don't need that weighing on my mind along with everything else right now.
I understand. You know that I wouldn't just abandon you, Madison.
I know.
Abigail takes a deep breath, steadying herself.
Okay, I'm ready.
Silently, I step forward, taking her other hand in mine as well. I close my eyes and bow my head. I feel her do the same. I can feel the magic course through me and out of me, spreading like vines from my fingers. It affects both me and her, taking our very forms and rebinding them to the mortal world where they belong. I can feel Abigail tense up and hear her breathing getting shallow. Still, I keep my eyes closed, willing the magic to continue working. It obeys my whims effortlessly. And then, after a minute that feels like an hour, the flow of magic slows and then stops. I open my eyes. Abigail is still there, her hands warm in mine. Her eyes open slowly as well, meeting mine. This close together, I can feel her breath warm against my face.
How do you feel?
A light breeze blows through. For the first time in 200 years, Abigail's gown sways in the wind.
It's cold.
She says and laughs, pressing herself even more tightly against me. Abigail shivers. Her teeth begin chattering within seconds of her transformation. Despite how poofy it is, her gown really isn't very warm at all. Fortunately, the chill doesn't bother me. Wouldn't make sense for a fairy queen to be susceptible to the cold. Taking care of Abigail is a pressing matter.
Let's go to the cabin. I can get us there quickly.
She just nods, wrapping her arms tightly around herself. I hug her tightly as well, and access the magic once again. This time I'll use it to transport us across the forest, to its very boundary where the cabin is, and where my powers stop being useful. Since the cabin and the village are technically outside the bounds of the forest, once I step past the trees, I'll just be a regular ghost again. At least until I go back into the forest. So I can't get too far away. If Evelyn were to find out where we are, or make some move against us, I'd be powerless to stop her. Better to not even give her that opportunity. Still, the transportation is smooth. It doesn't even feel like we move. Instead, we just close our eyes in the fairy clearing, and when we open them again, the cabin is just in front of us. Seeing it again strikes a pang in my heart. It feels like forever ago. I guess, technically, it was a lifetime ago. There's no time to get sentimental, though. Not when Abigail's like this. Instead, we hurry to the front door. Miraculously, the door is unlocked. I guess Morgan and Tara had more important things to worry about than locking up the last time they were here. We rush inside, and I turn on both the lights and the heater. As warm air cranks out, Abigail's relief is palpable and immediate. She settles down onto one of the chairs, comfiness outweighing even her curiosity for just a moment.
Better?
Much.
Oh, babies. She luxuriates in the feelings, eyes closed in bliss. Her fingers absent-mindedly scrape the soft cushion of the couch, which she presses her back into.
It's so soft.
Then she leaps to her feet, zooming towards the kitchen. She drags her fingers along every different surface as she goes, stopping to examine most of them. She rubs the edge of the counter.
Madison, it's so smooth and cold.
She's so baby! I love her. At the sink, she examines the faucets intently before spinning one of them. Cold water pours out over her hands, and she yelps in shock but quickly grins.
Madison, it's like a river.
Then she reaches the heater, which is pretty much keeping her alive right now. Like a cat, she basks in front of it, relishing the warmth. Each sensation seems to bring her immeasurable joy. For me, it had been a couple of weeks. For Abigail, it had been 200 years without feeling warmth, or cold, or textures. Oh my god. Cat-Bigail. Cat-Bigail. Excuse me. So I'm gonna take a drink. I watch fondly. I wish we had more time to enjoy ourselves. More time to show her modern things like films. I remind myself that I can't think like that. We just don't have the time yet. We just have to get through this. Then we'll have all the time in the world.
I'm going to get you some warmer clothes. I'll be right back.
All right.
She's just like, I got a heater. I'm doing great. The fucking look on her face, though, she's like, yeah. She's still plopped in front of the heater, closer than I would have thought is comfortable. Smiling, I head into what had once been my bedroom. It's been rearranged a bit. My suitcase has been shoved into one corner, forgotten. My laptop sits atop my bed, although most of the video gear is missing. Tara and Morgan must have taken it with them when they left. Good thinking. I start booting up my laptop while I roll the suitcase to my bed and start sifting through my clothes. After everything I've been through, the actions feel so mundane that I have to give myself a second just to let it all sink in. Abigail sitting by the window for the sunlight, or loafing by the heater. Now I need to see Cat-Bigail. Everything's been moving so fast since that night Abigail and I kissed by the water. There's hardly been a chance to breathe. Still, being back on familiar territory, with familiar comforts, is reassuring. It makes me feel like a human again. Something as simple as being able to push a button on my computer and watch it respond is a little miracle that I don't think I'll take for granted again. Getting used to the necessities of normal life, like eating and sleeping, will definitely take some time, though. Same with keeping warm. Unfortunately for Abigail, my clothes are the only option she has. They won't fit her as well, but they should be better than that nightgown she's been wearing for so long. I complete the outfit with a cute hat. I hope she likes it. God, they're so cute! I can't with these two. She's still just like...
Go. They're not the best fit, but they should at least keep you warm.
Just that face, just her sitting there by the heater like... Hey. Abigail hurries over and reverently takes the bundle from me.
Are these your clothes?
Yeah, they are. I hope that's okay.
She holds the bundle to her chest.
I'll treasure them.
Oh, she's so good. I show her to the bathroom and also explain how everything works. I have to admire her restraint in just accepting everything modern in stride. Abigail reappears in some of Madison's clothes, wearing a warmly knit hat, long gray skirt, and purple coat. Look at her, she's so cute! Ah! It isn't too long before she emerges once again. She holds her arms wide, the cloth hanging a little loosely from her in parts. But she's smiling.
How do I look?
Baboose? Yeah, she's super baboose.
Gorgeous.
It's the word I managed to stammer out. Though there's a whole slew of them that would work. Call me biased, but I think my clothes look better on her than on me. The hat is so cute. I fucking love it. Giggling, she does a slow spin, showing off more.
The person who chose them has wonderful taste.
Oh my god, the flirting! Abigail gets comfortable in the living room while I grab my laptop from the bed. I sit down beside her, turning it so she can see. Oh boy, time for some culture shock.
This is a computer. It can do a ton of things, but it also lets people talk via long distances.
Oh my god, Maddie, you sound so patronizing.
And that's how you're going to contact Tara?
Right.
Abigail watches in rapt attention as I open a browser and wait for the painfully slow internet to load my email.
There are so many different pictures and words. Don't you ever lose track of where you are?
Not really. You get used to it.
No, I lose track of shit all the time, even if it's right in front of me on the screen. Don't lie to her, Maddie.
Surely you're being modest. I imagine very few people could operate one of these.
I love her. Look at the fucking heart effects. They're so cute. Oh, I love this.
I wish. But really, most people have one of their own. Or even more than one. They're a really common part of everyday life.
I see. In that case, you'll have to teach me.
Definitely. For now, though, I'm going to send that message.
How will it be transported?
How to explain the internet?
It's,
Good question. I try to think of how to explain this, then I realize that I have the perfect analogy.
You know how the forest is all totally connected? Like, how you can sense all the different parts of it?
Abigail nods, and slowly her face gets pale.
Medicine.
The internet is a series of tubes.
Don't tell me that modern people are connected in the same way.
I can't help it. I burst out laughing. Indignantly, she waits for me to finish. It takes me past the point of having tears in my eyes before I do.
I say that I was wrong.
She pretends to pout that I can see in her eyes that she's just playing.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just that you look so horrified.
She laughs too.
Well, imagine how I feel. Apparently nothing is impossible anymore, so I simply have to assume the worst.
She snuggles against me, pressing her cheek against my shoulder to show that she's only pretending to be upset.
So, go on. Do explain it then.
Have a good night, Heavy. I hope your tummy feels better soon. Hope mine feels better soon too. I had dinner right beforehand, and I'm just like, don't want to move. Oh no! Explain the internet.
It's not the people who are connected, but the machines. If you have a computer, you can send a message instantly to any other computer in the world. It's more complicated than that, but that's the easy way to put it.
I see. So you're going to send a message to Tara's computer?
Right. I'm going to tell her to come and meet us here. I hope she'll believe it's me.
I'm sure that she'll know, somehow.
I nod, entering Tara's email address into the field. It feels absurdly formal to be sending an email, of all things, to get in touch with her. I don't think we've ever had an email conversation in our lives. I leave the subject line blank. Anything I could put there would feel comical. I don't really know how to word the rest of this message, so I don't think about it. I just put my fingers to the keys and start to type. Dear Tara, I know this is going to sound kind of hard to believe. And that's all we get to see of the email. Hey, I'm alive and I'm the fairy queen. I'm acquainting Abby with modern technology when the sound of loud voices from outside interrupts me mid-sentence. Well, one very obnoxiously loud voice. I only know one person who can make a racket like that. I grab Abigail's hand and lead her out into the living room just in time to hear Tara and Morgan reach the door.
Tara, stop for a second. We don't know for sure this isn't a trap.
Yeah, but what if it's not? I can't take that chance. I'm going in.
Tara, wait!
The door flies open so hard it bangs against the wall. Tara freezes in the doorway, probably not expecting me to be right here. Or maybe even here at all.
Hey.
Everything I had rehearsed and planned to say in my head is forgotten in an instant. Somehow this feels more unreal than anything else so far. I never had time to doubt any of the stuff that's happened to me. I had plenty of time to doubt that I'd see Tara again. Also, the look on Tara's face. Like, oh my god! Tara's mouth flaps up and down like a nutcracker statue. I don't think she forms a single coherent word. Morgan approaches from behind and places a protective hand on Tara's shoulder, which seems to reset her. She rubs her eyes as she stares at me. Either she doesn't believe what she's seeing, or she's about to cry. Maybe both. Tara, what Renaissance fair did you go to?
You changed your look a little bit, huh?
Oh my fucking god, Tara. When she finally speaks, her voice shakes like crazy.
You like it?
Tara gives me a slight nod.
It makes you look like a total nerd.
Without another word, she bursts into tears. She doesn't even hesitate a moment before bounding forward like an excited, tear-stained racing dog. I've spent so long worrying about her that seeing her safe and sound in the flesh is almost too much to handle. There are so many things that we left unsaid or unresolved. I'm just glad that there's time to fix that now. Tara definitely has dog girl energy. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, if anyone in this story is a puppy girl, it's Tara.
I thought you were dead.
I was!
Me too.
We both burst into laughter, still punctuated with sobs. But at least we both have the clarity of mind to tell us that this hug has gone on for way too long. When we split apart, she has a big dumb grin on her big dumb face.
Welcome back, Mads.
Good to be back, Tara.
Our reunion over, Morgan finally steps forward, taking Tara's hand in her own. She smiles at me, her expression soft for once.
Hey, Maddie. It's good to see you again.
Her voice is as calm as ever, but the wide, genuine smile on her face tells me that these last couple of weeks have changed her as much as they've changed me.
You too, Morgan.
I feel like I should say something more than that, but I know neither of us is much for words. It's nice to have someone else around who feels the same way for once.
Before anything else, there's someone I'd like to introduce you to.
I turn to gesture for Abigail, but at first she's nowhere to be seen. Then I spot a familiar flash of pink and purple lingering by my bedroom door. Right, we've spent so long together that I'd forgotten how timid she was when we first met. Her eyes are wide and she wrings her hand, looking from me to Tara and back. Tara and Morgan look just as shocked once they notice her. I head over to where Abigail is and take her hand.
They're okay. I promise.
This is my emotional support lesbian. She nods, letting herself be led back into the living room.
Tara, Morgan, I'd like you to meet Abigail.
I pause for a moment.
She's my girlfriend.
Gay!
Whoa, we do have a lot to catch up on.
She turns to face Abigail.
I'm Tara. I've been friends with Maddie for forever.
It's nice to finally meet you, Tara. I've heard a lot about you.
Hell yeah! All good things, I hope?
Mostly.
Oops.
I'll take it.
Fucking Tara. Morgan steps forward too.
Morgan, nice to meet you.
Take a notice, everyone. Look at Morgan's eyes. Look at Abigail's eyes. That's the same shit right there. The exact goddamn same. Sisters? No. Abigail is a 200-year-old ghost. Abigail nods politely.
You as well.
So, let's sit down. We've got a lot of catching up to do, and not a whole lot of time to do it.
The four of us move to the couch and sit down. Right as we do, though, there's a loud grumble from beside me. Abigail clutches her stomach, looking absolutely mortified.
What was that? What's happening?
It's been 200 years, she forgot what it's like to be hungry.
Oh, yeah. We should probably eat something.
Eat.
Her eyes light up.
That's right. I'm hungry.
She's like, holy shit, a basic function. Morgan and Tara look baffled. I can't blame them for that one. Give Abigail hamburger.
Like I said, long story. Is there anything to eat? It's been a long time since either of us have had a meal.
Yeah, 200 years for Abby.
I'll make us some breakfast. Cross your fingers for pancake mix.
Yeah, Tara did try, but better to not let her back in the kitchen.
Anyway, I think that's everything.
Minus the really juicy stuff, anyway.
Oh my god, Tara, stop.
I'm okay with not hearing about that. Thanks.
Pancakes are a pretty good meal after hundreds of years? Yeah. Abigail, now finally finished with her meal, wraps her arm around mine and rests her head against me. Morgan sighs and sends Tara and me a meaningful look. She rises and clears her throat.
Abigail, would you mind coming with me for a minute?
Morgan's voice carries a more serious tone that feels like a sudden departure from our lighthearted reminiscing. I knew it couldn't last forever, but I'm hopeful we can return to it soon.
Is something wrong?
No, not at all. But there's something we need to talk about. And besides...
She looks at Tara, then over to me. Her tone might be serious, but her soft expression makes it clear she's not about to deliver any bad news.
These two might need a bit of privacy.
I nod at her as Abigail lets go of my arm. With a quick kiss on the cheek, she stands and walks to Morgan's side. The two of them head to the bedrooms, leaving Tara and I to stare at each other in silence. We look away from each other awkwardly as I try to think of what to say. Should I speak first? Should I wait for her? What do I say? She knows how much I missed her, but there was so much tension between us before I died. I never had the chance to apologize for hiding Abigail, or for how I handled telling her I was going to quit. I take a deep breath and raise my head. I just need to go for it. I've spent enough time waiting to speak. Whatever happens, happens.
I'm sorry.
Ha! Doofuses.
I shouldn't have...
It was really shitty of me to...
I just...
We both slam our mouths shut again. Tara's face reddens as she chuckles softly.
Maybe we should take turns.
As long as you don't mind going first.
She takes a long, overly dramatic breath and closes her eyes.
I know I was shitty to you about leaving. I should have listened to you and accepted it instead of being all bitter and passive-aggressive. And I know I was even shittier once we got evidence. I shouldn't have frozen you out like that.
Maybe a bad choice of words there, Tara.
Frozen you out like that. Oh no.
I mean, I shouldn't have ignored you the way I did. I want you to be a part of Terranormal. I really do. Trying to exclude you was stupid and impulsive.
She looks me right in the eyes, and I can tell that all her typical bravado is gone. This is pure, naked honesty. It's hard enough for me to manage something like that, much less her. She's really put her heart into this, and I'm more than grateful for that.
When all of this is over, whatever you decide to do, I won't stand in your way. You know I always want you to be a part of Terra Normal, but you gotta be your own person.
Aw, she grew up.
And you're my best friend. Thinking I might have lost you forever made me realize I honestly have no idea what I'd do without you. I give you a lot of shit, but I really do love you. I'm so sorry this all happened because I was too much of a screw-up to remember that.
Terra exhales and slumps back in her chair as if the act of apologizing drained all the energy in her body. She's grown so much in the short time we've been here. And again, so have I. I need to make sure I show her the same sincerity in return.
I'm sorry too, Terra. Even if I was mad, I shouldn't have hidden Abigail from you. It made things worse for both of us, and it drove us apart when we should have been getting closer than ever. But more than that, I shouldn't have set this whole thing into motion the way I did.
The memory of our fight back home is painful, but I can't keep trying to run away instead of dealing with it head on. It's not fair to either of us.
I should have told you I was thinking about leaving and why I was thinking it. I should have talked things over with you instead of dropping the bomb on you right before we left. When I thought I was going to be stuck here forever, I realized you were the person I'd miss more than anyone else. Even more than my family. I don't know what I'm going to do when we get back. I still have a lot to figure out. But I do know that whatever happens, we'll always be best friends.
Mads, hi.
As she struggles to think of what to say next, I gently put my arms around her in a reassuring hug. We've said enough for now. She hugs back, squeezing a bit too hard. We stay that way until it starts to get awkward, as hugs between us tend to do. I pull away and sit back down, a bit embarrassed.
So, are we good?
I let out a deep breath, releasing the anxiety that had been twisting my stomach in knots. Whatever happens next, I know it'll be easier without that dragging me down.
Yeah. I think we're good.
Are we good enough for me to start calling you the ghost with the most?
Don't push it.
Oh, that's... Never change, Terra, never change. I end up bringing Abigail into Terra's room. The two of us carefully step over the pile of clothes on the floor to sit on the bed. She bounces on it a few times. I don't think she's used to springs.
Having fun?
How do you people sleep in these? Aren't you afraid of just bouncing out of bed?
It's not that bouncy. It's just comfortable.
I suppose tomorrow I can let you know if I agree. So, what is it you wanted to talk about?
It's
hard to put into words. No matter what I had been preparing myself for, a conversation like this wasn't part of it.
It's about family. Our family.
You're a Dulcing as well?
I'm a Fisher, actually. But a change in last name doesn't change the fact that we're part of the same family.
At first, I couldn't believe it. When Maddie and Abigail were telling their story, I thought there must have been some sort of misunderstanding, or that I'd heard wrong. But the details all matched up. Not just with what Evelyn's told me over the years she tried to break my spirit, but with the notes and journals left behind by those before me. Ancestor, yes, maybe not directly like, great grandmother.
So she hasn't changed after all these years. It's still us.
Like, it's possible, but at this point, this is an entirely new body for Abigail, so, I don't know. Just family.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be next. There isn't anyone else. No siblings or aunts or uncles. Just me and her.
She makes a sound of sympathy and moves closer to me on the bed, touching my shoulder gently. I tense up, almost shaking hard enough to shrug her off, but she remains. I don't want to be that person anymore. The one afraid to let anyone close, physically or emotionally.
I'm sorry.
I just nod. I can tell that she doesn't know what to say either, and that's fine.
Do you mind if I ask you something?
Sure.
Why didn't you leave? Back in my time, it wasn't even a possibility. There was no way I could have escaped. We wouldn't have gotten very far if we'd tried. But now, Madison's told me about all sorts of fantastic machines and devices. Surely you could have gone.
I shrug. Of course I considered it. Dreamed about it even. But there's no way she could know that. And besides...
I thought about running away many times. I thought of a lot of different ways to make sure she couldn't hurt me anymore. But the same thing stopped me every time. She wouldn't just give up because I'm not around. She'd find someone else, just like she always has. And they'd die instead.
I brace for her to tell me that's ridiculous, and that I should have put myself first, or to burst into tears at the very notion. Instead, she laughs. It's not a happy laugh, though.
I see. I understand. Truly. I chose to die for someone else's sake as well. Someone I cared about very deeply.
Poor Bean. She sighs wistfully, remembering days long gone. I can't help but smile, the same way that she laughed.
I see I'm just carrying on the family tradition then.
Let's make sure it ends with you.
I nod. It will. One way or another.
I am glad, though, to know that her family turned out to have people as wonderful as you.
I'm really not anything that special.
I disagree. Not just anyone could have done what you have.
She leans forward, wrapping her arms around me in a gentle hug. This time, I don't hesitate. I hug her back. Family. It's never been a word that really meant much to me. All I've ever had was the monster in my home. Now, though, I realize that's no longer the case. We separate and I gesture towards the door. She nods. Hi, Possum! It's good to see you. Together we leave the room and rejoin the rest of our family. Abigail and Morgan come out of Tara's room and join us, both smiling. I'll have to ask her what they talked about later tonight. But right now, I'm just enjoying the moment. I feel more at peace than at any time since arriving in Eisenfeld. Even during the sweetest moments with Abigail, there was still the lingering bleakness of being a ghost. Now, despite the threat of Evelyn, it feels like there's a chance of everything turning out well. As we talk, Morgan's cat comes up and hops on my lap. Would have expected her to take to Abigail, not me. I scratch behind her ears and she leans into the motion, purring contentedly. Tara notices and sits up straight.
Wait a sec. Mads, I just realized. But you haven't met Geladura yet, right?
I have. Back in the shop, right after we arrived. Remember?
And now Maddie's gonna shit her pants.
No, I mean, like, met her. Morgan was right. She really can talk.
She can. I can.
Gelato! Also, Tara got it right this time. I forgot about that. The cat looks up from my lap, staring into my eyes. Tail swishes lazily.
If I feel like it.
Both Abigail and Maddie stare in shock at the talking cat. The one time she gets it right, I know.
Then why didn't you sooner?
Even Abigail, the ghost for 200 years, is shocked. It's the first question that comes to mind. Geladura closes her eyes. After a moment, I start to think she's fallen asleep, but then she opens them once more.
I didn't feel like it.
That is very cat of her. I look over at Morgan sitting across from me.
I guess I owe you an apology.
It's fine. She certainly didn't make it easy to believe.
I just love this bit, because Maddie's like, oh fuck, okay, talking cat. Geladura stands up, tail lashing as she strides over to drape herself across Abigail. In response, Abigail strokes Geladura's fur, looking almost as gleeful as when we had our first meal. Listen, you stop being a ghost after 200 years. You get to eat pancakes, and then you get to cuddle a cat? Like, Abigail is having the best day.
I didn't know if I could trust you. Now I know.
I leave the two of them to their cooing and cuddling and walk over to the front window, peering outside. How many times have I stared at the stars these past few nights? Abigail taught me a few constellations, but tonight, it looks like an entirely different sky. I rest my head against the window pane, soaking in the starlight and calm.
Hey, by the way, you said you only came into the village that one time, right?
Yeah, we didn't want to risk it any more than that. Not with how close we came to Evelyn.
Makes sense. You, didn't see anything embarrassing when you were spying on us, right?
You were making out in the kitchen.
We weren't spying. Or at least we weren't trying to.
Nah, look on Tara's face like, oh god, what did you see?
But no, thank God.
Oh, phew. For real though, after this is over, but before we leave, you've got to show us some of the cool spots in the forest.
Sure, that'd be fun. Actually, do you want to go right now?
Oh wait, for real?
I can show you the fairy clearing at least. That's our favorite spot.
How long a walk is it? It's getting kind of late.
Oh, we wouldn't need to walk.
Flexing her fairy queen skills. Tara's face slowly morphs from puzzlement to excitement as she realizes what I'm suggesting.
magic?
I nod.
Oh, hell yeah!
Where we're going, we don't need feet. Her enthusiasm startles Geladura, who hops up and runs away. Abigail gestures in vain for her to come back. No, kitty!
You two up for a field trip?
Oh, Abigail's so sad. Abigail, still upset at losing her new friend, nods stiffly and says nothing. Oh.
Sure.
Abby's just like, I want to pet the kitty. Geladura traipses back in, returning to Abigail's feet. Abigail perks up immediately. The precious moment of petting a cat gone wasted.
Would you like to come with us, Miss Geladora?
I suppose so. Oh, carry me.
Carry me. You can tell she was the fucking fairy queen by the way. She's just like, yes, do this for me. Abigail gladly obliges. I lead everyone outside and into the tree line, just in case there's anyone watching. I gather everyone into a circle, and the four of us lock hands while Geladura perches on Abigail's neck.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
The forest greets me, and I respond in kind. It shows us the way to its heart, to the lake. I hold Abigail and Tara's hands tightly and breathe the softest sigh. I thank the forest, and then I open my eyes, and we're here. As soon as we arrive, I can feel the presence of the fairies in my mind. They're instantly aware of where we are, and I send them all a mental greeting, which is returned right away. Geladura slicks her ears back, and her tail begins to lash harder than before. I wonder if she can feel magic too. Before I can ask, Tara whistles in awe.
Dang, Mads. You really leveled up, huh?
I put all my skill points into magic.
The fucking sass in her voice is perfect. Even Morgan looks dumbstruck, something I'm not used to from her. She tilts her head back, staring in open-mouthed wonder at the glimmering trees and fairy lights.
What is this place? Are we really still in the forest?
Yes, it's a very special grove. It was one of the first places I brought Madison. We came back here many times.
It's where they kissed.
It definitely feels magical. Oh, damn it. I should have brought my camera.
We all head down to the pond. Tara and Morgan gawk at its unfrozen waters the same way I did when we first saw it. I feel a strange sense of pride seeing them so excited about this place. A loud buzzing sound suddenly fills the air. Before I can warn Tara and Morgan what's about to happen, fairies burst forth from the trees. Tara yelps in shock as they pass over her, wings beating noisily.
Your Majesty! You're back! You returned!
Hello, you three.
It's nice to be greeted so enthusiastically, even if I didn't exactly want to be queen. I wave, expecting the three of them to come to me right away. But to my surprise, the fairies sail right past me and flock around Abigail instead.
Our queen!
Geladora hisses as Abigail shrinks back, looking afraid.
I'm not your queen. She's over there.
Abigail tries to point to me, but the fairies ignore her.
No, you're not. We know you aren't. It isn't you.
One of them reaches for Geladura, and she swats at the fairies with one paw, just like Abigail did when we first encountered them. The fairies react with shocked indignance, their mouths open in identical shapes of puzzlement. They abandon verbal communication and instead emanate a wave of questioning curiosity. Although I can feel it, it's not directed at me. By listening, or rather, by feeling, I realize who they're communicating with. Geladura.
Whoa.
Just to be sure I'm right, I communicate a request for confirmation. Despite her discomfort, Geladura turns to me from Abigail's arms, blinking languidly.
Yes, that's right.
Now I'm the one whose jaw drops in shock.
Care to fill us in, Mads?
She's just, there is nothing going on in there right now. Everything is just static.
Cat! Geladura. Fairy Queen.
Everyone is silent for a moment. Even the fairies. Then Abigail clears her throat.
Does that mean I should set you down then?
No, this is fine.
Wait a second. A little seed of hope blooms instantly within my heart. The fairies answer my question before I can even think it. The seed of hope withers and dies in response.
Maddie?
I closed my eyes tightly. I see Geladura in my mind's eye, and the rest of the world fades away as I speak to her. Once again, the fabrics of time tear and disappear. The fairies guide our voices. Geladura can't be Fairy Queen. Not anymore. Not after what the Moonsick One did to her. Evelyn. The last pieces of the puzzle fall into place. I see it clearly. Evelyn, the rogue fairy, burning under the moonlight. The Fairy Queen ritual gone wrong. Geladura running after Evelyn. And then disappearing. Without realizing it, I've reached out for Geladura. Stroking her fur, the fairies and I communicate with the heart of the woods. They said the thing! They said the thing! To free her and restore her rightful place on the throne. The woods ushers forth its strength. The fairies conglomerate around us, the buzzing increasing in frequency until it is a dull hum. I reach within myself. The waxing moon basks the scene, and I gather its light into a pool of my hands. Reaching out, I feel the magic on Geladura begin to vibrate violently. It burns to the touch. Geladura yowls in pain, and all at once the magic shatters and melts away. With a gasp, I'm back to the present. Abigail rushes over to catch me, and the effects of time return. Their interest in their obsolete queen waning, the fairies clump back and get ready to depart.
We'll see you again soon.
When the moon is at its brightest.
One way or another.
With that cheerful reminder, they take off, fading out of sight. I separate their thoughts from my own and push them away.
Madison, what happened?
I take a deep breath and steady myself. Abigail scoops the pain Geladura into her arms, petting and cooing.
It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Geladura, are you alright?
Yes. It was foolish to think you, new Spring Queen, could dispel such a powerful curse on a waxing moon.
Geladura turns away and grooms herself. I feel a rush of guilt. Tara touches my arm slightly.
You okay, Mads?
Yeah, I'm fine.
She grins and pats my back. Trying to ease the mood, she stretches wide and lets out a huge, nervous laugh.
Oh, good. Well, that wasn't like anything I expected. The fairies, especially.
What did you think they'd be like?
I have no idea. But it definitely didn't involve your cat being a queen.
Fair.
I would have gotten you the nicer cat food if I'd known.
Ha!
Yo, Gelato, how come you never told us you were a fairy queen?
Fucking back to Gelato. Geladora doesn't even deign to look at Tara.
You never asked.
You know what? Fair. As soon as we arrive back at the cabin, Abigail makes a mad dash towards the couch and flops down on it with a hard thud. I'm a little surprised by how quickly she covers the distance. Geladora leaps from her arms and trots over to the kitchen, immediately sticking her face in her food bowl.
Oh, my feet.
She's not used to standing.
Are they sore? I can imagine walking around again after so long might be a bit draining.
No, it's not that. It's these boots.
Ha! Abigail kicks off her boots and sends them flying, eliciting a yelp of surprise from Tara as one of the boots nearly hits her dead on.
Your feet are bigger than mine. Do you have any idea what it feels like to get snow in your boots for the first time in 200 years?
Totally fair. The three of us shudder in unison at the thought. Tara takes another step away from the boot as if she's afraid of it infecting her with cold feet.
I can tell you right now that when we do go to America, I'm going to be spending the entirety of the winter months indoors.
Valid. I can't help grinning at her words. Even if it wasn't entirely serious, that's the first time I've heard her speak about our future together with that much certainty. I make my way to the couch and sit down beside her, putting my arm around her without a second thought. She leans against me, our bodies perfectly aligned. Oh, I forgot about this bit. Ooh, cute. Reunited at last, the four girls spend a precious, relaxed moment together in the cabin. Abigail and Maddie listen to Tara tell a story, while Morgan watches lovingly from the kitchen.
When the summer months roll around, I am definitely taking you ladies to the beach.
The beach! Abigail instantly perks up at that, clasping her hands together and leaning towards Tara with a huge grin on her face.
Yes! Goodness! The sand, the sun. I'd love to see the ocean.
She's such a fucking sweet bean. I love her. Morgan seems a little less enthusiastic about the prospect of the beach, her face and expression more of concern than excitement.
If we go to the beach, I'm going to end up looking like a lobster.
Yeah, but you'd be a really hot lobster.
Yes, that's why lobsters are red, because they are hot and have been boiled. I try as hard as I can to suppress a groan, but Morgan and Abigail both chuckle. Abigail I can understand, but the fact that Morgan genuinely finds this kind of thing endearing is baffling.
Thanks, babe.
No.
So, Abigail, what's the most interesting invention you've seen since you came back?
I suppose... I haven't seen much of it, but the internet seems like a wonderful tool. I love the idea of being connected and sharing thoughts, feelings, and creativity with everyone around the world.
Yeah, if only it was that good. Oh no, save her. Possum gets it.
My girl! There isn't a single person more qualified to teach you about the internet than I am. We are gonna have a blast.
Oh no.
Maybe don't let Tara be the one to teach her.
There is no way I'm going to let you be the one to show her around the web. You get into enough trouble on your own.
Thank you, Maddie.
But Madison, doesn't Tara perform on the internet? I assume that means she's very knowledgeable about its workings.
No. Technically, I perform on the internet. Am I knowledgeable about its workings? Fuck no. Tara raises an eyebrow and leans down to place her hands on the table, staring closely at Abigail.
So Mads told you about Terranormal, huh?
Apparently, I would also be a terrifying guide.
She told me some things. I know you tell stories about supernatural occurrences and that you take them very seriously, even when they're quite obviously untrue.
Did she now?
Yes, she did.
Sweetie, maybe we shouldn't.
And she told me that people all over the world enjoy watching you. It sounds like you must be an incredible storyteller.
Nice save.
Tara breaks into the same massive grin she always puts on when she knows she's found a new audience.
You don't know the half of it, Abby. I've got a million of them.
I roll my eyes and lean back into the couch. Abigail just moves closer, ready to hear whatever Tara's going to say next. Just looking at her feels healing. If listening to Tara's stories make her happy, then Tara can tell as many stories as she wants. Not that I'd ever tell Tara that, of course. One story turns into another. Morgan and I will chime in with a correction every now and then, but we mostly let Tara work her magic. Abigail keeps asking questions, and Tara keeps eating them up. If Morgan's anything like me, she must enjoy seeing the girl she loves acting so happy. I know I am. I don't know what's going to happen after this. We're still in danger. We still don't have a way out. But that doesn't mean we can't enjoy our time together. All of us. I just wish I could shake the feeling that this is the last time we'll have this chance. Only just while you're the Fairy Queen. We stay like that for a while, telling stories, making jokes, and most importantly, talking about our future. Whether it happens or not, talking about it puts all of us at ease. We talk about sharing technology with Abigail, getting her and Morgan new wardrobes, where we're gonna go on dates when we get back. In those moments, it all feels real. Like we're remembering moments that haven't happened yet. Eventually, the sun begins to dip below the horizon. We have another huge meal to Abigail's delight. Afterwards, Tara tells her even more stories as Morgan and I clean up after them. I'm not sure if the four of us are gonna stay in one apartment for long when we get back, but I think I'd really enjoy being around Tara and Morgan. Not as much as I enjoy being around Abigail, of course, but enough enjoyment to make me want to stick with them. In time, Abigail starts to yawn and blink wearily as Tara talks. She hasn't had a chance to sleep since she got her body back, and she's no doubt unprepared for the strength of bodies need to rest. When the sun finally sets, we say our goodbyes and head for our room. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow. I close the door to Tara's room and lean against it to steady myself. I'm still trying to process everything that's happened. I have family. real family. Family that doesn't want to hurt me. And I'm not just talking about Abigail. When I was watching the three of them talk and laugh together, I felt like I was home. Like this is where I've always belonged.
Hey, you okay?
Tara's sitting on the bed in front of Morgan, worried.
Yeah, I'm okay. Sorry, just trying to wrap my head around all this.
I getcha. There's a lot to unpack. You can take your time with it. I guess that means now isn't really a good time to talk, huh?
What do you mean?
I wanted to talk to you about something, or ask you about something, I don't know. It can wait if you still want to work on getting your stuff sorted.
Is something wrong?
No, I mean, I don't think so. I've just been thinking about some stuff.
Like...
Tara takes a deep breath and scoots back on the bed. She curls her legs up towards herself, taking a surprisingly subdued posture.
It's... well... You know how Abby's been calling us a couple all day? Even though we told her we're not?
Yeah, she's not very good at taking hints.
Oh, Tara looks so bashful.
I'm not sure if that's it. I think she's just, like, direct. Kinda like you.
Family resemblance.
Runs in the family, I guess.
Ha! Tara got me.
I know we agreed that we were going to stay friends, or whatever you'd call this, until this is all over. I get that. But after seeing the two of them, I'm not sure if I feel like that anymore.
She's got feelings.
We've still got a lot of shit left to deal with. We still don't have a plan, but I think that's okay.
She shrugs half-heartedly and looks down. I want to give her a hug, but I can't move.
Abby put a name on this thing we have when we couldn't, and maybe she's wrong, but I don't want her to be.
Ooh.
I really love you, Morgan. I don't want to deny that. I want to be closer than just friends that love each other.
Don't.
The word leaves my mouth before I have a chance to think about it.
What?
Please don't ask.
I'm sorry. I thought...
It's not that I don't want to. That's why I'm asking you not to say it. Because I know I'll say yes if you do.
Oh, goobers. Let yourself be happy, Morgan. She looks up at me. You can practically hear the cogs turning in her head.
Why don't you want to say yes?
People get hurt when they get close to me. I don't even like having friends because of how guilty I feel when Evelyn gets in the way. I'm already so close to you. Closer than I've ever been to anyone. But if I put a label on it, a part of me just feels like it would put you in more danger.
I feel so stupid saying it out loud. It's just a word. Why am I so afraid of a word?
Besides, I've never had a girlfriend before. I don't know what it could mean for me. Or for you.
What do you mean? What about the one that taught you how to knit?
Oh no. How could I have forgotten about that lie? It was just so easy to say back then. It made me seem like I knew what I was doing. Made it easier to ignore what happened with those girls. Tara's understood everything about me, but I still don't want to tell her about what I did with them, or why I did it.
Hey, it's cool. I've had plenty of girls lie about having girlfriends before. It's just a thing people do.
Is it?
We can just forget about it. We're past lies now, right?
Her words stab at me like needles. It's not like she's trying to force this out of me. I could even tell myself this isn't a lie. That it's just not telling her about something she never asked about.
There's more to it than a simple lie.
Wait, what am I saying? What am I doing?
There are still things I haven't told you about me. About what I've done. Things that could make you change your mind.
Tara manages a weak smile. It's hard to be reassuring when you don't know what you're reassuring someone about.
If you don't want to date, that's okay. I get it. But nothing you can tell me is gonna change how I feel about you.
She sits forward again and pats a spot on the bed next to her. Right now, I'd rather be miles away from her, not closer. I hate feeling like this. I finally learned how to get close to people, and now I'm back to pushing her away.
Do you remember what I called myself the first time we talked to Jailadora?
A shell. But you know that's bullshit now, right? We're gonna make sure Evelyn can't get in your head anymore.
Evelyn isn't the only one that made me feel that way.
My throat feels dry. I need something to drink. But I know what'll happen if I stop. If this closes, it won't open again.
I didn't learn how to knit from an ex-girlfriend. I learned from Hannah. I had feelings for her. We were close. But she cut off all contact with me when I told her how I felt. Word travels fast in Eisenfeld. Within a week, everyone in the village knew I was gay. That's when bad things started happening to Hannah. She slipped on a patch of ice and broke her leg. A few days later, her dog died. The next week, she came down with the worst flu any of us had ever seen.
Jesus Christ.
I knew it was Evelyn's doing, but who was going to believe me? As far as they were concerned, all this happened because she rejected me. I'm pretty sure some of the older people in the village still think I'm a witch.
I clench my fists, digging my nails into my as far into my palm as they'll go before my limbs freeze up. As far as they'll go until the icy hex within me takes over again.
Nobody talked to me for a month. You told me that you spoke to some girls our age back when you were doing interviews. Did you ask them about me?
Yeah, we did.
What did they say?
Nothing really bad or anything. One of them seemed closer to you than the other two, and her friend was kind of teasing her about it. Just typical stuff.
As if any of them have the right to mock each other. They're all the same.
I probably slept with her.
I wait for Tara to voice her disbelief, but she doesn't say a word.
After Hannah got better, girls started coming by the store. They always had some kind of excuse. They'd start dropping hints. Talk about how they'd always been curious about what it was like to be with a girl. How they didn't have anywhere to be that day.
I still can't look at her. Any rational person would judge me for this. I know I've judged myself plenty.
They always left right after. Most of them wouldn't talk about it. They'd just go back to their normal lives. I guess some of them talked, though. Soon enough, I got a reputation. I knew I was being used. I resigned myself to being a shell. So I let them use that shell.
I don't know when I started moving, but before I knew it, I'm standing by the bed.
Evelyn never let me feel like this body belonged to me. She chose my clothes, she chose my style, she even chose what I do with my hair. It was her body, and she wanted it how she liked it.
I can't keep standing. As much as I want to push away, I sit down next to Tara. Looking at her face, I can't tell what she's thinking. My mind runs through every worst-case scenario as I make myself push onward.
But things have been different with you. For the first time, sex started to mean something. Being open started to seem possible. Being myself started to seem possible. But all I know about myself is how easy it is for other people to use me. If I go out into the world and live for myself, I don't know what kind of person I'm going to become.
The shaking has started to subside, replaced by a painful knot in my gut. Almost there. I can make it.
What if I end up becoming someone you can't love? What if my shell is the only worthwhile part of me?
Without warning, Tara throws her arms around me and pulls me close. I wrap my arms around her waist without even thinking.
You're not a shell, Morgan. You're the furthest thing from that. Just because someone tried to make you something other than yourself, or because people took advantage of you, that can't destroy the real you. That you has always been there. And I know it a lot better than you might think.
Trans wisdom. She nuzzles my neck, and I can feel the dampness of her cheeks. She's crying.
You've got passion, you've got personality, you've got conviction, you've got so much awesome stuff in you that I couldn't name it all if you gave me a whole week. All of that is the real you. And that's the girl I'm in love with. The girl I want to be with no matter what. And I want to put a name on it so you know that'll never change.
We pull apart, and she wipes the tears from her eyes.
I don't really know a non-cheesy way to put it, so... will you be my girlfriend?
Gay!
If you're okay with everything I've done, with everything I still have to do, then how could I say no?
Tara instantly lets out a long wheeze and clutches her hand to her chest. Is she okay?
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Just give me a minute. I feel like my body's trying to overcome being allergic to commitment right now.
Oh my god, Tara. I awkwardly pat her on the shoulder. It's obvious that neither of us have any idea what you're supposed to do in a situation like this. Tara grabs me by the waist and gently leads us over to the bed. I press my forehead against hers, and for once, allow myself to be comforted. She strokes my hair. Time slows to a standstill. We kiss. And this could be our last night together. But in a way, it's our first night together too. And I'm going to make the most of it. Sorry, one sec, Chad. I'm just shifting in my chair. Oh, making sure my body doesn't do anything it's not supposed to. I hold Tara close in my arms. She's nestled close to me. The sun is long gone, but the moon is bright enough to illuminate her smile. I'm smiling too. I close my eyes and let myself relax. I think I might actually sleep well tonight. But as always, luck isn't on my side.
Hey,
What?
do you hear that?
I strain my ears and see if I can sense anything out of the ordinary. But apart from the usual sounds of the forest, it's silent.
I can't hear anything. Maybe you dreamed it?
Unless this is a dream, it's definitely real. I can hear it right now, I swear.
I sit up in bed and look over at her. She's already most of the way up, head swaying as she looks for the source of whatever she's hearing.
Well, what does it sound like?
Kinda like,
She makes a strange whooshing noise and twirls her arms around. I don't see how arm movements are part of a sound, but I doubt I'd understand what she's talking about no matter how she put it. She looks back at me for confirmation, but all I can do is shrug. In response, she jumps out of bed and starts pulling her clothes on.
I'm gonna go see what it is. You coming?
Hey, chat. Take a look at Tara's shirt. It's a full moon on that shirt. And, full moon is when, Evelyn is gonna pull her shit. Whether or not this sound is real, I'm not about to let her go off on her own. I promised I'd protect her, and that includes protecting her from mysterious noises.
Right behind you.
Besides, as powerful as Maddie is, there's still a chance Evelyn could be trying something. Yeah, Maddie doesn't really have powers in the cabin. Oops. I follow her out of bed and pull on my shoes. She gives me a quick grin in response, excited to have me along for the ride again. Tara bolts out the door as I finish tying my laces. A second later, I hear her banging on the door to Maddie and Abigail's room.
Mads! Are you guys making that noise?
Bow chicka bow wow. I pull on my sweater and walk into the hall in time to see Maddie slowly open the door of her room, covering herself with a blanket.
Oh, Tara. It's nearly 2 in the morning. Whatever this is, can it wait till morning?
Come on, not you too. I thought it was coming from your room.
Abigail's voice calls out from the room along with the rustling of sheets.
What was coming from our room?
Are you kidding me?
She turns and storms away from the door, moving out into the kitchen. I nod apologetically at Maddie before following Tara.
Babe, come on. Let's just go back to bed.
It keeps getting louder though. What if it's something dangerous? Maybe Evelyn has her own evil forest spirit and she's riding it towards the cabin or something.
Riding it towards the cabin. Amazing. There's a pang in my heart. It's cold and familiar. If the sound is that loud, but none of us can hear it, maybe it's only meant for her to hear. As I try to figure out how to get her back to bed, Maddie and Abigail join me in the hallway.
So, what you doing this time?
Maddie back to the alright. Tara bullshit at 2 a.m. I missed this. No, I didn't.
She woke up hearing some kind of whooshing noise that I couldn't hear. I thought she'd just imagined it, but she can still hear it.
Maddie rubs her chin, puzzled. Abigail looks at Tara with a worried expression. I can't shake the unsettling feeling in my chest either.
This isn't the first time something like this has happened, so I'd be inclined to dismiss it. But with everything else that's happened this month...
Before she can finish her sentence, Tara turns towards the door.
There! It's right outside!
Oh no.
Abigail realizes it first. She steps towards Tara, reaching out her hand.
Tara, don't! What if it's...
Oh no. No, no, no. I'm an idiot. Why didn't I figure it out sooner?
Tara, stay away from the door!
She doesn't look back. As she takes another step towards the door, I will myself to start moving again.
Now you guys are actually gonna be able to see what I'm talking about.
See, like, I get why Tara's doing this, because, like, she's so used to having to try and prove herself. But this ain't it, Chief.
You're gonna feel so dumb for doubting me.
I'm running towards her, but it's too late. She grabs the handle and throws the door open.
Wait, what?
There's nothing outside. Maybe that sight will be enough to bring her back to her senses?
The sound's gone. It was right there.
She turns back to look at me. I'm only a couple steps away, and I can see the expression on her face. She's terrified.
Babe, what?
A flash of light fills the room. I'm stopped dead in my tracks as I raise my arm to cover my eyes.
Tara!
The light dissipates, and my eyes slowly readjust. In the haze, my fears are confirmed. She's gone. Tara's gone. I'm frozen. I can't process what's happening. I'm not sure how long the tears start rolling down my face before I notice them. Maddie and Abigail look at me in silence. And then I start screaming. I've never made a sound like this. It's an angry roar that fills the cabin.
No!
Morgan,
It was supposed to be me!
It's happening again. Just like everyone before her. I love her. And now, because of me, I collapse to the ground.
Not her. Please.
Hot tears fall from my cheeks to the floor below. I feel a pair of arms wrap around me and a voice in my ear.
Morgan, it's okay. It'll be okay.
I slowly turn towards her. She and Maddie both stand close to me. I see how worried they are, for Tara and for me. Maddie puts her hand on my shoulder. I flinch, but I don't pull away.
She's still alive. I can feel it. Whatever just happened didn't kill her, but it did move her. I can't figure out where yet, but I can sense her. Somehow.
Fairy Queen shit.
You're sure?
I'm sure. We can find her.
I think I know where she might be.
Where?
If it was Evelyn who took her, she most likely brought her to the church. That's where she performed the ritual to...
She trails off, but I know what she was about to say. The transfer ritual. She wants Tara's body.
But why her? That's what she was raising me for. Why would she take her?
I'm not sure, but I've got a feeling there's only one way to find out. I'd hoped we'd have enough time to come up with an actual plan before we had to face her. But we can't just let her have Tara.
I'm already heading for the door. Maddie and Abigail follow close behind.
We can figure something out on the way. Let's go.
We'll think of something. We have to. This time is going to be different. I'm not going to let Evelyn win again. I'm getting Tara back, no matter the cost. And this time, I'm going to make sure Evelyn never hurts anyone again. For better or for worse. This is the end. Chapter 6. Now here's the thing, chat. I could leave us on this cliffhanger. I could. However, this is the final act. And I don't think it's that long. So, we're gonna keep rolling until we're done. Y'all ready for that? And we only have one more choice to make that'll give us the good ending. So we won't be leaving stream sad tonight. We're gonna be leaving this stream happy and triumphant, and it's gonna be great. You guys ready? Let's go. I don't even have time to be disoriented before I hit the stone ground hard. Can I get a yee and a haw? I struggle to pick myself up and stand, but before I can, footsteps approach. Evelyn's, of course, and I'm hauled to my feet. She does it with one hand. She's way stronger than she looks.
Hello, Tara.
This bitch. Also, her hair's been getting whiter as the game has gone on. You guys caught that? As expected, we're in the church. She drags me over and throws me onto the altar. I try to resist, but my limbs won't move.
Oh, hey! Thanks for the ride.
I love how she's still sassing, even when, like, she's potentially about to fucking lose her body. I'm scared. More scared than I've ever been in my whole life. But I don't want her to have the satisfaction in knowing it. She walks away out of sight, although I can still hear her close by.
They're gonna come for me, you know. We figured out your whole plan. They're probably already on their way.
Let them. I'll kill them too.
God damn. Her tone is casually disinterested. She can't even give me the courtesy of pretending she cares. I wish I could move my head to see her, but I can't. I can't move any part of me other than my mouth. Which is arguably Tara's greatest asset in a situation like this.
It's always such a nice feeling to return here. Such a sense of renewal and energy. Although, I imagine right now, you don't feel the same way.
Hang on, I'm gonna check the options, sound. The voices are all maxed. I'm gonna turn the music and sound down a little bit. Just because some of the voice lines are kind of quiet.
I don't know. I'm digging the ambience.
I'm about to die and I'm making jokes. I mean, what else am I supposed to do? We had a plan. One with a good chance of working. I know that Mads and the rest won't abandon me. They'll just switch it up a little. Same as if she'd taken Morgan like we expected. Honestly, it's probably better for everyone that Morgan's the one who's still free right now. She's less likely to screw something up than I am. Still, it's all I can do to suppress the little voice inside me telling me to be afraid. To acknowledge that I'm going to die, or worse.
Really, you should be thanking me.
For what? I must have missed it.
Owned.
Because by dying here, you've given poor Morgan another chance. If she runs away now, I have no more need of her. I'll let her live. Of course, if she turns up here with any delusions of grandeur, she'll die along with the rest of them.
A chill runs up my spine. Because I know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that there's no way she won't come for me. She won't run away. Still, the way that Evelyn can talk so cruelly about her own daughter makes it hard for me to even keep up my attitude.
You really don't feel anything, do you? You raised her, you lived with her, and even after all that...
Finally! You get something right. I don't feel anything for her. You got something wrong, too.
Evelyn halts and then stalks closer to the altar. Close enough that I can see her wildly dilated pupils, the razor-sharp points on her fangs.
I didn't raise her. I cultivated her. From the minute she was born, I prepped her for this fate, to be a worthy vessel. How could I have known that a much more useful one would arrive at my doorstep? Just days away from my ascension.
Now she takes a step back, letting the moonlight fall across her. He arches her back like a cat, enjoying it. She raises an arm, and I'm lifted into the air like a circus performer, suspended from nothing. My arms are snapped to my sides. I struggle as hard as I can, but I still can't move at all. I can't even flail around. Still, her words pique my curiosity, and I'm dying to know what she meant. Oh, her shirt? That's just the... They had the one asset of her like this from, like, chapter 3 or something. It's like, when it goes back to the regular dialogue, her shirt will have the full moon again. Since I might be dying anyway, I may as well ask.
More useful how?
She grins.
Because this night is very, very special. For years, centuries even, I've whiled away my time here in Eisenfeld. It's amused me to no end. But I've grown bored of it. I desire to see more of the world. And while any human body would do, I suppose, there's merit in one such as yourself. One with influence and fame.
I don't even know the words to convey how disgusted I feel. It's not enough for her to steal my body, but she also wants to pretend to be me? I think the horror I feel must show on my face because she smirks. As she does so, her skin starts to shimmer and shake, like there's light just underneath it. A thin thread of ethereal matter, like the spell that she used to bring me here, ekes into existence. It stretches between her hand and my chest. The second it comes into contact with me, I feel all of the strength is sapped out of me, like I'm being sedated. I hope I'm only passing out, and not dying. I'm not sure if the two feel different. It would suck extra hard if I was dying, though, because then my last sight would be Evelyn sneering cruelly. Just before it all goes black, she manages to get in one final taunt.
What an ironic fate for you, don't you think? You came out here seeking magic, and now you found it.
Oh no!
We're up and ready to go nearly the instant that Terra disappears. It's a shock, of course, but not one that messes up all of our plans. I walk to the front door, which is still open and banging in the wind.
I'm going to fucking kill her if she hurts Terra.
Don't worry, that's the plan.
Terra will be fine. She's tough. Besides, we've got a plan, right?
After a long moment, I nod.
Right.
Maddie turns back to face Abigail, who's half hidden by the bedroom door.
Are you sure you want to go, sweetheart? You can stay here.
Of course not. There's no way you're doing this alone.
And it gives Abby vengeance against that bitch, too.
I'm just a little nervous, that's all.
Me too. I'm a lot nervous, actually. We'll be fine, though.
If she keeps saying that, it'll be true, right? I wish I could believe it. I wonder if even Maddie does. I scoop up Geladura and wait outside. We need to leave now, but I force myself not to rush them along. A minute later, they follow me outside. They run together, passing familiar scenery. We hurry out into the woods. Despite some wind and fog, the night is relatively clear.
Are you sure you don't want me to just take you to the church? I could have us there in a second.
I know, but she can't know about your powers yet. If we arrive too fast, then Evelyn will know something's up.
It would be nice to take the easy way like that, but we can't do anything rashly. Not if it might hurt Terra in the long run.
Right.
We have to wait until her soul is out of its body. That's when we'll send the signal.
Do you know how long that'll last? Like, how long it'll be exposed?
I have no idea. I hope it won't be instant.
You hope?
I nod. I wish that I knew more. I really do. But it's magic, and magic is rarely predictable. It's the only thing I can say with confidence about it. I'm not sure what more I should say. This is where we'll have to part. Even though I'm making the rest of my journey on foot, Maddie and Abigail will need to use magic to get to the fairy clearing. Before we do, though, there's one last thing I need to say.
Maddie? I know there isn't really time, but I need to say this, since I might not get another chance to.
Geladura nuzzles my chin, reassuring me. Aww. Kitty Queen.
I'm sorry. That doesn't even come close to describing it, but it's all that I can say. For bringing you out here, getting you involved in all of this. I never imagined any of it would turn out this way. So if you still hate me, I understand. I just wanted you to know.
It feels good to have the words out there. I've spent so much time apologizing these past few weeks, but it's still a bit of a relief every time.
Morgan. Well, first of all, I accept your apology, but I promise, I never hated you.
Don't worry about it, I found a hot ghost wife because of you.
It was my fault for acting like such a bitch when we first got here. And as for everything else, Well, some of it might have been Terra's fault, but a lot of it was my fault too. So, let's get this over with. We'll save Terra, take care of Evelyn, and then we'll all go home. Simple, right?
I just nod again. I'm not sure I can talk right now. Not without crying. And I hate crying. I wish it were that simple. I hope it will be that simple. But it rarely is. I swallow the lump in my throat. I have to say something. And here, chat, is our final choice. I promise I'll make it up to you. There's only one way I can keep them safe for good. One way or another, it ends tonight. I'm leaving Eisenfeld, and I'm taking Terra with me. And you're right. I'm not alone anymore. We can do this together.
You're right.
And that's our final choice to get us to the good ending.
It's simple.
I take a deep breath, clear my head as best I can. I've been waiting my entire life for this. My entire bloodline has led me to this point. A chance to end all the pain I've endured, to save someone I love, to make sure the countless people who carried this burden before me will be avenged, and to make sure that no one else will get hurt. How it goes from here isn't just up to me, it's up to all of us. Around us, the wind quickens and grows in intensity. The bright full moon looms high over us. One last time, I nod at Maddie and Abigail.
Okay, let's go.
I'm pretty sure it was the I promise I'll make it up to you choice brings you to the ending where Morgan dies. And the it all ends tonight one is where Maddie and Abigail still end up having to stay in the woods forever. But we have now locked ourselves into the happiest ending, chat. This is hardly a plan. It's barely more than an idea. It relies far too much on luck and everything going our way. But it's all we have. The furious winds tell me that I'm in the right place, as if there were any doubt. When I approach the doors to the church, they blast open. I've been expected. I don't waste any time. I rush in. Terra floats in midair, suspended by invisible magic. She lies prone, but with her arms and legs apparently locked in place. She looks dead. A colorful cloud floats above her with a long tail spiraling back towards her body. I don't even need to be told. I know that it's her soul. It thrashes about as much as a cloud can, but is seemingly locked out. Below, Evelyn stands hunched with her back to me. A trail of malevolent white magic tethers her to Terra. Evelyn's appearance has changed drastically, becoming more monstrous. Her body begins to take on icy qualities while her face becomes disfigured. Her hair is an icy white. Moonlight pours through the window behind them, piercing Tara and illuminating Evelyn. When she hears me enter, she stands up straight, her back cracking obscenely. She's disgusting.
Morgan. You came.
Yeah, they weren't kidding when they said her mouth was fucked up. Her voice isn't the voice I know. It's raspy and inhuman. It echoes around the church louder than it should be, dragging itself from corner to corner.
I knew you would. You always do.
Her body spasms and twitches as if electrified. Still, her voice remains steady and flat. Evelyn, you might want to go see a dentist. That don't look too good. Yeah, her gums are bleeding and shit. That's like gingivitis.
Of course I came. You're not taking Tara. You're not taking anyone else ever again.
She laughs, but it sounds like a choke. There's no humor in it. It's inhuman.
Do you know how many times I've heard that before? Countless. And yet, here we are. Predictable. You humans always are. Curiously so. You have all this freedom, but you don't know how to use it. Pity, pity, pity. Pity.
The color is literally leaking from her eyes. I forgot about that. I remembered that her mouth was all fucked up and she had like ice spikes coming from her hair, but I forgot that her fucking eyes just like were kind of melting. I don't like it.
Soon I'll have taken the body of your friend, and you will be dead, and I will be far, far gone. You see, I've grown tired of playing pretend out here in the woods. I've decided it's time for something new. And Tara is going to give that to me.
You'll still be a pretender.
Yeah, gelato! Evelyn seems to notice Geladura for the first time, and she licks her bloody lips.
You. So, you're here too. Fitting.
Evelyn's gaze narrow, then her eyes widen once again. She points imperiously at Geladura and I, and the stone walls of the church rumble in response.
I can tell. You're still no queen. No more than that brat who stands beside you. You're still powerless. Tell me.
Who's the pretender now?
Forgot about that bit. Hey chat, just checking in. No one shat their pants, right? Not blaming you if you do, but like, goddamn. A brick detaches itself from the ceiling, plummeting down straight towards us. I dart out of the way, barely managing to avoid it. Geladura yowls as I squeeze her harder than intended.
You're just as pitiful as she is. What did you think you could do? How did you think you had any chance? Or is it just human nature to try? Even if you're doomed to fail.
The moon is at its peak. We're close to it. If she waits much longer, she won't be able to complete the ritual. And she'll have done our job for us. Maybe she knows this because she turns away from us once again. I have to stop her. I push my legs forward, but some invisible force pushes back. Like moving through quicksand, I can barely inch forward. Something's protecting her. Inch by inch, I have to keep moving. A pulsing ball of magic starts to form in front of Evelyn, and she focuses intently on it. The light from the moon falls directly on her. Her skin reacts to it, bubbling and boiling like hot wax. It must be agonizing, but she doesn't react. Maybe she's beyond pain. Gelladura leaps out of my arms, making her own way beside me. Her breathing is ragged and labored. Neither of us waste energy on more words. I don't know what I'll do if I reach Evelyn. I just know that I can't sit still. The coalescing ball of magical energy continues to grow and grow, taking on a sinister, dark hue. The color of a moonless night. The color of an empty void. It starts to spin, crackle, and shimmer. That's when I realize this isn't for the soul transfer. It's too strong, unstable. Before Morgan can finish speaking, a tendril of malevolent energy suddenly shoots out straight towards her. It moves too fast for me to react. It pierces me like an arrow. Godless, fiery pain burns through my veins. My whole body stiffens, refusing to move. I can't even cry out. Each individual atom of my body feels like it's being tortured, like a burning needle is being driven through them. I want to scream. I want some sort of release, but I'm not even granted that mercy. Behind the pain, there's a rising, mounting horror. I'm going to die here after all, aren't I? My vision starts to go black. I welcome oblivion. At least then, I won't have to hurt anymore. I try to move my eyes to fixate on Terra. If I'm going to die, I at least want my last sight to be of her. Even like this. I can't even manage that. All I see is Evelyn. She says something, her lips moving, but I'm deaf to it. All I hear is a deep, resonating, ringing sound in my ears like some perverse bell toll. Then Evelyn's eyes go wide, wider than before. The air behind her shimmers and shakes just like her magic spell. Empty space tears itself open and she's sucked backwards like a rag doll. In an instant, the magic and the pain is gone, leaving behind no trace. I fall forward, my momentum having been locked in place with me. And just ahead, Terra crashes to the ground limply. I stagger to my feet, not trusting my body to support me, but it does. The complete absence of pain is a shock in its own right. I feel like I should be experiencing the after effects, but I'm not. All that lingers is the memory. Gelladura scurries over to me.
Morgan, are you alright?
I think so. I feel fine, actually. What happened to Evelyn?
She licks the back of her paw for a second, then stops.
I'm afraid that I panicked and I sent the signal to Madison. I tried to help you, but I couldn't. My own power is still weak. Not nearly enough to match Evelyn's.
There's no changing this now. None of this matters if Maddie isn't able to stop Evelyn. It was going to be unlikely to begin with. It looks like we're in a hard fight. Gelladura must know as much too. She pads back and forth, her tail twitching in agitated fervor. I stroke her fur.
Still, thank you. Can you help me check on Terra?
Of course.
We rush over to where Tara lies prone on the cold floor. Her soul is nowhere to be seen, which I hope means it returned to its body. I cradle her as tenderly as I can, checking for a sign of a pulse or breath. I gently prop her against my chest, stroking her hair.
Please be okay. Please.
2 tears drip down my face, landing on hers. I didn't realize I was crying. Gelladura lingers beside us, nuzzling her face against Tara's cheek.
She's alive. I can feel that much.
Is she okay, though?
I don't think she should experience any lasting effects from the magic. It's the fall to the ground that worries me more.
It's true. She fell from pretty high up onto a stone floor. I wipe away the tears that fell on her, steeling myself to prevent any more. I trace my fingers across the curve of her jaw, down to her lips. They press together, just a bit, to kiss my finger.
Tara! Tara, can you hear me?
I'm afraid to let hope spring into my heart again. Her lips move, just barely.
I can't hear you.
There's a soft, blessedly warm gust of air against my face as she sighs and forces her eyes open.
I said, I'm dumb as bricks, babe. It'll take more than head trauma to hurt me.
Same. I pull her up and into a hug, and she pats my back.
You're okay? You're sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I wipe my eyes as we part to face each other once again.
I was so scared.
I wasn't. I knew you'd save me.
Bitch, you were scared. Dumb as bricks living up to her name. True. I don't deserve someone like her.
Is there any way we can get to Mads? She might need our help.
We both turn to face Gelladura.
I can take us there, but I don't know how much use I'll be once we arrive.
Tara moves to question, but I place a hand lightly on her arm. Gelladura's barely holding on as is, and her guilt at her inability to do more is palpable. It's all up to Maddie.
Let's go. There isn't much time.
I help Tara to her feet, and she immediately winces, hissing in pain.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Guess I just hurt my ankle in the fall.
She's able to stand on her own, giving me a shaky smile. I don't like it, but there's nothing I can do right now. At least it's only her foot, and not her head or back. With a graceful jump, Gelladura hops into my arms once again. I stand next to Tara, who leans against me for support. With one hand, I support the cat. With my other, I take Tara's other hand in my own. Then I nod.
We're ready.
Maddie time. My heart pounds as Abigail and I arrive in the Fairy Grove. This place has been the setting of my most favorite memories here in the forest. I could have never guessed that it would be where everything ends. I can feel the fairies, my subjects, watching from close by. They don't show themselves, but their presences are like tiny little pressure points on my consciousness. They're just as tense as I am. Closing my eyes, I reach out to the forest, asking it for its aid. It still hurts, badly. It laments the terrible pain that it's suffered. I promise that it'll be okay. It's my duty as queen to ensure this. I hold the forest in my heart and promise to rid it of the Moonsick one. Abigail and I walk to the water's edge. Nervousness tears at my stomach. Geladota's signal could come at any time. I have to be ready. High above, the moon offers its light to us. The whole lake is dyed in its silver glow, shimmering and refracting and amplifying. Moonlight caresses my face like a lover, warm and invigorating. I indulge in it, letting it sink in through my veins, or sink in through my skin, my roots, my forest. Every little second could be crucial.
How do you feel?
She holds my hand loosely in hers.
Nervous. In a way I've never felt before. Nothing else in my life has ever been this important. There's never been life or death consequences like this. What if I screw up?
I expect to see fear reflected in Abigail's face as well, but when I turn towards her, she looks serene and unbothered.
I have complete faith in you, Madison. The fairies said that not just anyone could be queen, but that you could. They saw something in you too. We're all putting our trust in you. The whole forest is, and our friends too. We wouldn't do that if we didn't believe in you.
I wish I could use a magic spell to boost my confidence. For all the power that I hold right now, it sure feels insignificant. So far, everything has come naturally. Moving through the woods or interacting with its denizens is easy. But to use my magic against another being, that's something else entirely. But I can't let that kind of attitude overwhelm me. I can't be defeated before it even starts. Abigail's right. Everyone is counting on me. I can't let them down.
Thank you
For what?
for believing in me.
She leans forward and kisses my cheek.
Always.
Always. That word has meant a lot of different things to me lately. My concept of forever keeps shifting and changing. Even now, I'm not entirely sure what it means. I suppose that after tonight I will.
You know, when we were here before, there were times that I wished it could last forever. Where it was peaceful, and just the two of us. But now, more than anything, I'm ready to go home. I'm ready for us to make new memories. Together.
Nothing would make me happier. When you came into my life, I thought that it would be fleeting, like a nice dream that I might someday look back upon and smile. I didn't dare imagine nor hope for anything more. But now? Well, perhaps you've made an optimist out of me after all.
Ooh. I kiss her forehead, and then her nose, and then her lips. God, they're so cute. I can't.
I love you. More than anything.
1 second.
I love you too, more than anything.
Together we face forward. And that's when I feel it. A cold flash of foreign fear. It stabs through my head and the idyllic scenery. I recognize the origin immediately. Geladura's panicked signal. I step away from Abigail, clearing a space. I force myself to breathe evenly as I reach within myself, mentally searching for the magic. I call upon the power within me. Unlike before, when it blossomed and flourished at my request, now it lies dormant and afraid. I understand. I'm afraid too. But there's no time to be afraid. Using my authority as Fairy Queen, I coax the magic forth. The church's presence aches like an infection, and I promise the forest that I'll help heal it. The magic ripples through the woods. It sets upon the church, finding Evelyn easily. I can't see her in my mind's eye, but I can feel her. Feel her hatred and scorn and fear. So I'm not the only one who's afraid then. That's more reassuring than anyone else. If she detects the magic that's coming for her, then I can't tell. At my will, the tendrils of magic wrap around her like vines, and I stick my hand out, my physical, actual hand, and I pull. The result is immediate. Just above the surface of the lake, a ripple disrupts the air and a massive rift opens up. Within seconds, Evelyn falls forward through it, collapsing in a heap to the shore. It's wrong, though. She's still in her regular body. It's not just her vulnerable soul like it should be. I take a fearful step back. Why did Geladura send the signal early? My blood runs cold. What if something happened to her and Morgan? What if she wasn't too early? What if I was too late? I try to rally my thoughts and concentrate on what to do. She quickly picks herself up, wild eyes casting back and forth. Her appearance is monstrous. It finally fits her personality. Her gaze falls on me, and her lips curl in hatred or disgust.
So, it's you. I see that even death didn't want you.
What a bitch!
And now here you are, stinking of snow and pine, stinking of them. You wear their clothes, you bear their crown, but you are not one of them.
I mean, at this point, she's more one of them than you are, bitch. She lumbers forward, her steps seeming pained. She's either dazed from being pulled here, or from the effects of her own spell, but I can't count on that to last.
You're right. I'm not. Just like you'll never be a human.
I need to buy myself some time while I try to think.
Human? Ah, is that what you think I want? I will be more than human.
A gust of wind stirs up, likely at her calling. The trees shake and I plant my feet firmly to keep from losing my balance. I feel the barriers in my mind freeze and break away. She's gone. As the world spins around me, the moon shines down on the lake. I search for her presence with my mind, but I can't find her, like a fish that slipped off the line. I need to calm down. My heart races as my head begins to ache and throb.
You're so fragile, so easily damaged, so easily broken.
The biting wind intensifies, threatening to sweep my crown away. Abigail shields herself with one arm. Evelyn, however, remains unaffected.
What's wrong, little child? Why not make this easy on yourself? I can make it painless for you this time.
Fuck this bitch. Reality and illusion blur and blend, and the fabrics of my vision tear. She takes another step forward in my mind, shattering what little focus I had. She's almost close enough that if she lunged forward, she could grab me by the throat. Instead, Evelyn scratches at her own neck, her nails drawing blood, but she doesn't even seem to notice. High in the sky, the moon watches over us, indifferent. I can feel its light sustaining me, the same as it bolsters her. She turns to look up at it, shivering.
Do you know why you were the first to go? Because you were the easiest. All alone, off in the woods. Tragic accidents happen all the time out there.
Yeah, how many of those did you cause?
Really, it's my daughter you have to blame for all this. It's a shame you won't get another chance.
I try to find her again with the magic, but I can't. It's like she isn't even there. Where her consciousness should exist, there's nothing but a gaping hole. A void that feels familiar somehow. Her eyes glow red as she faces me again.
Looking for me.
My consciousness is immediately assaulted. My head pounds as I feel Evelyn enter it like an intrusive thought. With every push and pull, she rips at my soul. My magic quakes under her power, flickering and fearful. I try to reach out and grab it, pull my own consciousness and strength into me, but every time I get close, it's yanked away. Unrelenting, overwhelming. Die. Die. Die! It echoes and reverberates in my skull. I choke, momentarily forgetting how to breathe. Every single thought, every single idea, snatched and destroyed. I can't even see anymore.
I knew it! Your gifts are wasted on you. Queenship is wasted on you. What good is power if you don't know how to use it? All of you are the same.
Fuck this freaky bitch. The searing pain in my head forces me to my knees.
Your friends couldn't save you then, just as you can't save them now.
An unseen force shoves my head upwards, making me look at Evelyn. A peculiar ringing blocks out all other sound except for her words. I'm deaf to the wind, to the forest, to Abigail.
See what you've done, and despair.
She gestures imperiously towards the empty space between us. Just like the portal I used to bring her here, another hole in space rends itself open. Through it, I can see a glimpse of the murky, stained glass window of the church. Then it upends, unceremoniously spilling out my friends. Or at least their bodies. Nausea hits me at the sight. Tara's there, her body limp and broken, arms and legs splayed at an obscene angle. Blood trickles from her mouth beneath her open, sightless eyes. Morgan is also there in a heap, though her body isn't as mangled as Tara's. A grisly wound stretches from her ear across her face and down her neck. Blood stains the sand beneath her. Even Geladura lies there motionless. Though her back is turned to me, a small puddle of water forms beneath her, spreading as she seems to melt. I scream. I want to run towards them or clutch at my heart, but I'm pinned in place. How? What went wrong? Was this why the signal came too early? I shouldn't have left them alone. I should have gone with them. This is my fault, isn't it? Evelyn's attack on my mind ceases in order to let me truly comprehend the horror before me. As much as I fight it, my heart gives way to what Evelyn asked of me. I despair. It's Morgan time. Our feet touch solid ground, and Terra immediately loses her balance. I grab her shoulder to keep her from falling. Geladura pants heavily, the magic having taken a heavy toll on her. Maddie, Abigail, and Evelyn are on the far side of the lake. Only Abigail seems to notice us. Even from a distance, the terror on her face is clear.
Come on, they need our help.
Terra takes one step forward and then falls to the ground, clutching her ankle.
Shit!
Just then, Maddie screams in pain or in horror. A sick feeling in my stomach. All three of us turn to look, although there's nothing new to be seen. I know from the experience that doesn't mean she isn't in pain. Abigail is tugging on her arm, but Maddie doesn't react at all. She must be beyond even feeling it. Just behind Evelyn, a familiar-looking ball of sinister light is forming, sparkling in the moonlight. Its tendrils jolt and jag with a familiar hunger. Maddie doesn't even know. Evelyn turns back and looks at us, a sadistic grin on her face. The tendrils of magic shift, and a feeling of impending doom fills my lungs. I look back at Terra, who scowls at her foot as she tries to move. There's no way she'll be able to. I don't have long to act. I turn to run, to confront Evelyn myself. I don't know what else to do. Everything has gone wrong. All that matters to me at this point is that Maddie and Terra get out of here. If I have to die for that to happen, then so be it. I hesitate, just slightly. My leg wavers as I try to take a step forward. It's enough for Terra to grab my arm, grimacing through the pain.
Where are you going?
To stop her.
Terra's grip tightens.
Not without me, you aren't.
Bitch, you can't move.
Terra, you can't.
Neither can you. I'm not letting you throw yourself away. Not again.
Something soft paws at my leg, and I look down to see Geladura staring up at me.
Both of you.
Oh, good kitty. Sweet as they are, there isn't any time for sentimentality. Every second we spend talking is a second wasted.
Morgan, the moonlight.
I glance up at the sky, but don't notice anything different. The moon shines down on both Maddie and Evelyn, surely invigorating them both. However, it's obvious from the situation that Evelyn is better at using it.
What about it?
It makes magic stronger. With enough of it, and our magic, we can stop her.
Whose magic? Yours and Maddie's?
Her eyes glisten in the moonlight as she stares up at me.
No, Morgan. Mine and yours.
What?
I can't keep the exasperation out of my voice. We don't have time for her to mess around. Geladura nimbly climbs up my legs and torso, my heavy sweater protecting me from the pain of her claws. She perches on my shoulder.
Love is its own form of magic. It makes the impossible possible.
It do. Go demon mode? It's not demon mode. Evelyn's in demon mode.
And I know you have plenty of that.
I turn to face Terra, who's been listening to every word. Despite it all, she gives me an encouraging smile.
I don't know anything about magic, and I'm still figuring this love thing out.
Yep, brickhead.
But I know I believe in you, Morgan. Go kick her ass!
I breathe in deeply. I could try to stop her myself. Even if I had to die for it, I would. What Geladura says sounds crazy, but everything about this is crazy. And I don't want to die.
Okay.
I'm putting all of my trust in Geladura and in Terra. Just like how I know they're putting their trust in me. I won't let them down. With one arm, I help keep Geladura in place, and as fast as I can, I run, heading straight for Maddie and Evelyn.
Now do you understand? Everything that you've done still wasn't enough. Even cheating death itself. Now, join them.
Barely on the periphery of my awareness, I can see magical energy coalescing behind her. That's the spell that's intended to take my life. I need to react. I need to move out of the way or do something. But I can't. I'm frozen. I can't tear my gaze away from the sight of Morgan and Terra. I couldn't protect them either. I couldn't save them. Maybe I deserve this too. I wasted the second chance I was given. Maybe I... Another presence cuts through the haze of my mind, giving me a sudden spark of clarity.
Madison!
Aww, it's when Abby was, holding her hand out when she was saving her. Abby's so good. She must have been calling my name for a while.
Madison! It isn't real! You aren't alone!
Her words cut through my despair like a hero's sword. I lock eyes with her and I welcome her into my own head. She's so vibrant, so present that she forces out Evelyn. Oh, the smooching! Everything that I was feeling just moments before, all of the fear and horror is swept away and it's replaced with only one thing. Love. She helps make me myself again. Smooching in battle? No, that was the scene where they first kissed. That was like the memory flashing in her mind. Time itself has stopped. Or rather, it doesn't exist here. Right now, we're the only two people in the universe. I'm aware that this is only a vision and not reality, yet somehow it's more than that. Perhaps it's a different kind of magic. We're surrounded by light. Stars flicker, watching us to see what will happen next. I witness both myself and Abigail, but it's not just the versions of ourselves that are here and now. Rather, it's our future together. The two of us happily laughing, smiling, growing old. It takes me only an instant to understand she's the one imagining it, sharing this with me the same way that the fairies did. This isn't just a wish or a possibility. It's a promise. Both in my mind and in the real world, I take her hands. I don't worry about Evelyn because in my heart, I know that we've already won. I look Abigail in the eye, and I say just 2 words.
I do.
Yay! Hang on. It's going in the screen cap folder. I focus on the feeling of her hand against mine and the knowledge that she's with me. I present you wife and wife. I steady my breathing and face back towards the scene that Evelyn's conjured. Only now do I notice the imperfections there. Morgan's sweater is the wrong color, Tara's hair clips are the wrong shape, even the markings on Geladura's fur are different.
You liar!
I should have known. They were just more illusions. It's always illusions with her. I almost fell for the same trick twice. But it won't happen again. Before my eyes, the fake images flicker and then dissipate, vanishing entirely. For the first time, Evelyn takes a step backward, shaken by my resolve. The spell she had been charging collapses into nothingness. Also, the spikes are coming out of, like, everywhere. Her hand is, like, dripping. There's holes in her fucking coat. Her arm is, like, glowing. I guess that's, like, just the body she's using isn't able to hold itself up anymore. Really like the spike hair. I think it's supposed to be like ice spikes. She shudders yet again, harder than before. She shakes so hard that it looks like she might fall apart. But she doesn't, and when she faces me again, there's still murder in her eyes. Evelyn takes a decisive step forward and outstretches her hand towards me. She opens her mouth, bearing rows and rows of teeth at me. I feel Abigail press into my side, and the vision disappears. Just then, I spot Morgan running towards us, Geladura in her arms. The real Morgan, with the real Geladura. As they approach, I feel Geladura's thoughts collide with my own. She sends me an apology for the signal, conveying in an instant everything that had happened. Then she sends me a request, along with 2 words. I am ready.
Maddie! The lake!
Even Evelyn turns around to see what Morgan's talking about. Then, without warning, Morgan turns and dashes into the pond with Geladura still in her arms, submerging them both in the water as they vanish from sight. Tara skids to a stop, watching from the spot where they disappeared as the shimmering surface of the pond scatters moonlight. I understand. For what I hope is the last time, I draw up the magic that the fairies have entrusted me with. I coax it out of every nook and cranny of the forest, from the frozen ground under our feet to the highest reaches of the tallest trees. I implore the forest to help me. Within an instant, I can feel its response. From the fairies, hidden just out of sight, from the forest spirit waiting forlornly in its grove, from Alma's mother, her child taken from her unfairly, from Morgan and Geladura putting their fates in my hands, from the very moon itself. I move with the easy confidence of doing something that I know I was born to do. All of my short time as the Fairy Queen has been building up to this moment. I step forward, bolstered with energy and no longer afraid. I feel out the gaping hole where Evelyn's mind should be, the black, vile reminder of the existence she forsook and the lives that she stole. I find her like a roach, skittering and afraid, and I bind her. I'm sure that it sears her like fire. She shudders and shivers and quakes in the moonlight. Moon sickness. After that, I let go. I release it all of the magic and power that was given to me. I let it flow out of my fingertips on its way back to its rightful owner. I can see the arc of magic as it descends to the lake, where I know Geladura is waiting for it. Then, as the last vestiges of it leave my body, the vision of it disappears, and the warmth of the moonlight vanishes, leaving me cold. The thousands of voices and conscious quiet then go still, leaving me all alone in my own head once more. My dress returns to its proper form as just a jacket, and the flowers wither and shrivel away into non-existence, not death. The crown on my head crumbles to dust, brushing past my ears before it's blown away. At the same time, Morgan resurfaces and swims to the shore, where Terra's waiting for her. The moonlight is endlessly refracted through the water, where it shimmers and sparkles. Beneath the surface, I can see her. Geladura crests back through the surface, her true form restored as she's accepted the mantle of Fairy Queen once again. Geladura's true form as Fairy Queen is a beautiful woman garbed in an ornate white and blue dress with a snowflake adornment. A shining dress in the color of freshborn snow adorns her, glittering as brightly as the stars overhead. She pretty. Water streams down her in little rivulets, some turning to ice or frost on the way. She's breathtaking. My dress was pretty, but it didn't suit me nearly the same way the role of Fairy Queen seems to suit her. Even Evelyn is speechless. Geladura closes her eyes for just a moment. Her breathing slows almost imperceptibly, but just enough that I involuntarily step backwards. Her movements mirror the ones I performed just moments ago. Geladura's stance is more experienced, more graceful, but I recognize it. She's calling upon the forest's magic. And she's smiling. And she raises one hand high. The moon seems to glimmer at her fingertips. Oh, the word seems is there twice. The moon seems. In one swift motion, she slices downward, moonlight trailing behind her. It pierces Evelyn like a spear, fatal and true. Her whole body convulses as her moon sickness wreaks its terrible havoc on her. Her flesh bubbles and rolls as it tries to escape the dying spirit within. It's a gruesome sight, and I look away, turning instead to Abigail. She holds me gently. I watch as Geladura approaches the shore. I can hear the buzzing of the fairies just out of sight, and they start to return to greet their queen. I don't even have to be connected to the forest to know that it's rejoicing. It's over. We've won. I stand there on the shore, hardly daring to move. I keep expecting Evelyn to reappear, more powerful and furious. Or worse, for all of this to be an illusion as well. But it isn't. Not a trace of Evelyn remains, neither body nor soul. Gelladura stands on the ground where last was. Fairy Queen's eyes are closed in mourning. Not over losing Evelyn, of course, but over losing the fairy she had once been. I look down at myself in my regular clothes once more, and my flesh and blood body. I shiver a little in the breeze. It's a miraculous feeling. Then I turn and pull Abigail towards me as we wrap our arms around each other in the biggest hug imaginable. Neither of us say anything. We don't have to. From the side of the lake, Morgan and Tara approach us. Tara's limping, leaning on Morgan for support. They both look a little bruised, but not too badly off. Abigail and I walk over to meet them.
You did it, huh? You really did it.
Yeah, we did.
It's still sinking in.
Morgan, Tara, are both of you all right?
Yes, I'm fine.
I'm good too. Messed up my ankle when we got here, but it's nothing too bad.
And your head.
She was always like that.
Hey now, I already said not to worry about that one.
For better or worse, it really is impossible to phase Tara. She could have died several times within the last half hour, but here she is, cracking jokes. I really admire that about her.
Are you sure you're all right, Morgan? You kind of just jumped into a lake.
Yeah, she's probably cold.
And it was totally badass.
Yes, I'm positive. Thank you for worrying about me, though.
That's what family's for.
Aww. Big gay family. The two of them exchange a smile. As they do, I look up to the sky once again, and for just a moment I close my eyes. In my head, I offer a word of thanks to the forest, for its protection, and for everything it did for me. A chilly breeze blows in response. A loud buzzing fills the air, and we watch the swarm of fairies as they rush toward us from the trees. I step back to stand beside my friends as the fairies arrive, joyously fluttering above Gelladura's head. A bright smile illuminates her face as her people welcome her home. They don't speak, their need for human language now gone. They don't acknowledge me at all. I strain to try and spot Hay or Rio or Anon, but I can't. I'm sure they're there, amongst the rest of the hive, but they don't pay me any mind at all. Maybe that's for the best.
So this is like really cool.
Yes, Tara. It is in fact really cool. She and Morgan are both watching, somewhat awestruck.
When we get home, Mads, you've gotta write an autobiography. Either that or the best fantasy novel ever.
She's a film buff. Let her make the best fantasy film ever.
I'm sure you can make millions off the book deal.
I wrap my arm around Abigail.
I'm good. I've got everything I need right here.
Oh, I love them. Abigail grins, putting her arm around me in turn. Tara groans and makes an exaggerated gagging noise.
Okay, if you're gonna be that sappy all the time, then...
Morgan interrupts whatever the consequences will be by leaning forward and kissing Tara on the lips. That shuts her up fast.
Then we'll just have to outdo them, right?
Ah, they're so cute! I can't with these doofuses. For maybe the second or third time ever, Terra doesn't look like she knows what to say. But in a good way. As we all laugh, Geladura approaches us, and the rest of the fairies forming a cloud over her head.
So, it's over. There's much to be done. The forest will need time to heal and recover. It will take years, but it will happen. Thank you, all of you. Mere words cannot express how grateful I am. How grateful the forest is. Especially to you, Morgan and Abigail. Your family has suffered so much over the years.
That's right. Geladura was there with Morgan throughout everything. She's the only one who can even come close to really understanding what Morgan's been through.
It's over now, though. Just like the forest, it'll take time to heal and recover. But we'll be okay.
I know you will.
Geladura faces away from me, looking out towards the forest at large and towards the waiting cluster of fairies, her domain, and her people.
What about the folks back in Eisenfeld? What'll happen to them?
I imagine they'll recover from the glamour rather quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't even remember Evelyn's existence.
Hey, do we have a mayor? I don't think so.
There might be some difficulty as they figure out who will manage their affairs.
See? She turns back to us now, smiling. In particular, she looks at Morgan.
But I don't imagine any of you will be around to concern yourselves with that.
Right.
At the same time, Morgan and Terra reach for each other's hands. They smile at each other, meeting halfway.
And you, Abigail, are you looking forward to leaving?
Certainly. I've heard so much about the rest of the world from Madison and from Terra already that I can't wait to see it myself. Although, I'm a little nervous about, what were they called?
She's nervous about planes. Totally valid, girl.
Airplanes.
Yes, those. I do hope they're safe.
She looks to me for support, and I put my arm around her.
It'll be fine. I promise.
The government structure of Eisenfeld is in shambles now. That's implying there was one before. It was just Evelyn for a couple hundred years, like in whatever body she was in. She'll have a lot to get used to in the modern world, but it seems like she's just as excited to experience as I am to show it to her. Even Morgan will have some acclimating to do after spending her whole life with Eisenfeld's limited amenities. It's fine, though. As Morgan mentioned, we have so much time. The Fairy Queen smiles at us again.
I see. If you don't mind, I'd like to show you just one last bit of magic. Something long overdue.
The four of us look at each other and then nod in assent.
Lead the way.
Geladura takes us around the pond to the far side, right to the boundary of bare ground and covered snow. She kneels down, scraping together a mound in her hands, while the rest of the fairies watch from above in reverent silence, their usual keening muted for now. The ball of snow in Geladura's hands is shaped and smoothed out as she alternates between scraping and patting it. Soon, I realize the form it's taking, that of one of the fairies. Geladura then gathers several other materials from the forest debris. Pine needles, a soggy leaf, a couple tiny pebbles, and even more objects that I can't see. She arranges the pebbles on her snow sculpture to form a face, and she deftly weaves together a few sodden pine needles and ties them around the back of the head. I realized that they're supposed to be glasses, or at least an imitation of them.
Madison, it's you!
As Geladura wraps the leaf around the snow fairy, I realize that Abigail's right. It's not an exact replica, of course, but it's definitely supposed to be me. Once it's complete, Geladura lifts the tiny model from the ground, holding it in her cupped hands like a treasure. For a second, I think she's going to hand it to me, but she walks right past and heads to the shore of the pond. With her back to us, she lifts her arms, holding the tiny sculpture aloft. The moonlight shines down on her, illuminating the snow in her hands. The air around them starts to glimmer and sparkle, the light of the moon refracting off of nothing. Geladura's whole body glows with a soft white aura that's brightest in her hands. Then the little fairy in her hands flutters to life and flies into the air. After just 2 beats of its fragile wings, it turns and joins the rest of the swarm where it's immediately accepted into the fold. The Fairy Queen turns back to face us, the sparkling magic now calm once more.
A tribute in your honor. This was the first birth of our people in over a century, ever since I was first bound. Through this little one, your memory will live on in these woods.
Aww.
Thank you. It's an honor, really.
It's a bit strange to me that she'd choose me as the model rather than Morgan, whom she knows much better, or Abigail, who's far more intimately connected with the forest. It's because you were the frickin' Fairy Queen in the interim. After all, it's not like I did a whole lot as Fairy Queen. You took up the role. That is big enough. Still, the gesture is touching. I watch the little fairy for as long as I can, until it's assimilated into the rest and impossible to keep track of. Terra's positively green with envy.
Before you leave tomorrow, will you come join me for a final time? We have one last farewell to make.
She looks at Abigail as she says it. Abigail's eyes widen and then she nods.
We've got a late train, so it's easy to do.
You already got his tickets home?
Hell yeah! One of us has to be on top of things around here.
And she's like, she prepped 4 tickets. She smirks and I playfully smack her shoulder. Going home. Just the thought of it is exciting. The prospect of returning to our normal lives without having to fight for them. By now, it feels kind of like a dream. But for once, one that I know will come true. Aw, they in bed together. Once again, I wake up before Abigail does. The bed isn't even close to being big enough for both of us, but it didn't stop us from getting a full night's sleep. They gay. She lays nestled against my side, breathing peacefully, while I contemplate the sunlight streaming in. No matter where Terra and I travel to, I'm always looking forward to going home. It's especially true now. It feels weird to imagine that this time tomorrow I'll be on a plane over the sea. We still have a long day ahead of us, though. Our train doesn't depart until the afternoon, and it's hours to the city. At least it'll be much more cheerful than my trip out here when it was just Terra and me. For as long as I can, I just remain in bed, cuddling close with Abigail. It's so nice to be able to just turn off my brain and relax. No deadlines, no threats, no flickering in and out of existence. Peace. It isn't too long before her eyes flutter and drift open. She yawns, cuddling even closer to me. Without moving the rest of my body, I turn my head to face her and our noses brush together.
Good morning.
They so gay.
Good morning, Madison.
How'd you sleep?
It was the best sleep I've had in 200 years.
They're gonna, like, say something. Abigail's gonna say something like that when they're back in the States. It's like, this is the best whatever I've had in 200 years. And someone's gonna be like, what kind of bullshit are you talking about? And they're just like, never mind. She smirks and I laugh too.
That joke never gets old. Fitting.
I love them. Abigail moves even closer, draping herself across my arm and shoulder like a cat. Catbigale. Catbigale is real. Her hair falls across my face, and I blow it away with a playful puff of air.
What about you?
Better than I have in months.
It's true. We both passed out pretty quickly after getting back to the cabin last night. Even the excitement of the day's events couldn't keep us up. I mean, it's pretty exhausting defeating an evil, corrupted fairy.
Will our bed in America be this comfortable?
Oh, it's even better. Although BT, our cat, really likes to sleep up there. So you might have to fight him for the spot.
BT will have to find somewhere new to sleep because I don't want to share you.
That's so fucking cute. She shoos away an imaginary cat with one hand. I love her. Abigail, you can't be this cute. It's illegal.
Maybe he'll like Morgan. She's gotta be used to having cats around by now. Gillidud accounts. Technically?
Don't worry about it.
Our home will be so lively, won't it?
Absolutely.
I can't wait.
Me either.
The sound and smells of Morgan and Tara preparing breakfast wafting through the bedroom eventually stir us back into gear. I pack what little clothes I brought while Abigail gets dressed. Yeah, she definitely have more room in her suitcase now that, Abigail's wearing some of the clothes.
Good morning.
Meowdy meow.
Tara, you're the puppy girl. Like, come on. There it is. There's the line.
Please don't ever say that again. But, good morning.
Hello, what are we eating today?
Wow, you don't waste any time, huh?
I've wasted a lot of time not eating, and I intend to fully make up for it.
Hell yeah.
You're in luck. I brought over all the food I had at home, so there's plenty.
She sets a platter of pastries on the table, and Abigail immediately dual wields a blueberry muffin and an everything bagel. Dual wielding pastries.
Wait, you already went all the way to town and back and then made breakfast?
Yes.
Isn't she amazing?
Morgan blushes. That might be the first time I've witnessed that. Oh my god, Abby. Oh my god. crumbs litter the table, the aftermath of Abigail's enthusiastic eating. I've never met someone so delighted just to be eating food.
Have as much as you'd like. I'll bring the rest with us on the train.
I'm not sure we're gonna have to worry about leftovers.
Abigail grins in agreement. She's just gonna be a bottomless pit forever. After we finish, I help take all the dishes back into the kitchen and set them by the sink. Morgan starts washing them right away.
I'm not sure who I'm washing these for, but it feels wrong to just leave them dirty.
What'll happen to this place once we're gone?
She shrugs.
I'll leave the key in my shop. I don't really care beyond that. It's nice to not have to.
She wipes the plates dry with a towel, and then we go back into the living room. The rest of the cabin is already immaculate. The blankets are folded, the furniture is realigned, everything is in its place. I'd even say it's tidier than the day we arrived. I give my bedroom a final once-over, looking for anything I may have left behind. Of course, there isn't anything. I shut the door behind me. The action has a sense of finality to it. Everyone else is waiting for me in the living room.
So we're going out into the woods one last time, right?
Yes. I need to say goodbye to... a friend.
Whoa, you know someone else in the forest?
You've kind of seen them, Tara?
Is it Elvis?
It's never Elvis.
You're never gonna let that go, are you?
Who's Elvis?
Hey, she's older than Elvis. That's a valid question.
Don't worry about it. Tara's just being dumb.
Aren't I always?
Yes. Yes, you are.
You got me there. Anyway, you'll see when we arrive.
I don't want to spoil the surprise. Plus, I want Abigail to be able to share a peaceful farewell. Especially remembering what she told me before about the Fairy Queen and the forest spirit. We head outside and into the forest. For the first time since we got to Eisenfeld, it's not that cold out. In fact, it's even a bit warm. I wonder if that's a coincidence, or if it also has something to do with Evelyn being gone. Either would surprise me. We haven't gone very far when Geladura suddenly appears, popping into sight just a few feet away. Her arrival is silent. No smoke or sound or anything like that. Just 1 second it's empty, and the next she's there.
Good morning.
Morgan and Tara both flinch at her sudden arrival, but Abigail and I are unaffected.
I've been waiting for you. I could feel the four of you into the forest.
As the Fairy Queen can do.
That's awesome! So your fairy sense started tingling?
Geladura tilts her head, perplexed. Tara really needs to learn her audience out here.
Anyway, if you're prepared, I'll take you all the rest of the way. It would take far too long to walk.
just completely ignores it. She's like, huh? The five of us join hands, Geladura standing between Morgan and me. Her hands are cold, but not unpleasantly so. In the time that it takes for me to blink, we're teleported to the grove of ancestral trees. Even without being one with the forest, the magic in this place is palpable. It soaks into the earth and trees, and the air is sweet. We approach the ancestral grove with careful, quiet steps. The destruction that Evelyn caused is more prevalent here. Streaks of ash still blemish the surrounding trees, painful reminders of the one she slew. Just ahead, I can see the clearing where I know the forest spirit will be. Geladura steps aside, gesturing for Abigail and I to continue on. We do. When the spirit comes into view, I can hear Terra gasp from behind me. The spirit looks even weaker than the last time I saw it. If previously it looked old, now it looks downright ancient. Its once terrifying eyes have lost their luster. Its wooden body is even more knotted and warped than before, and it's so small.
Is this your friend?
Without turning around, Abigail nods.
For all these years we've been together, it was a forest spirit who saved my soul when Evelyn came for my body.
Abigail reaches out a hand, going to the forest spirit's side. Like every time before, I also keep my distance.
Abigail.
I know. It's time, isn't it?
Geladura nods. The forest spirit peers down at the girl by its side. I'm sure that it loves her back. Abigail takes a single step backwards, and Geladura moves to her side. Then the Fairy Queen raises a palm and presses it against the forest spirit. The sensation of magic gathering is familiar to me by now, even though this time it's flowing past me, not into me. Geladura calls life from the surrounding trees, here where life is more vibrant. The ground ripples under our feet, surging with an unseen power. The sunlight beaming onto us feels warmer. Everything is gloriously, happily alive. The forest spirit's twisted form starts to change and morph. Not in a painful way like how Evelyn died, but much more peaceful. Jagged shards of wood soften and retract. Its two legs start to stitch themselves together into one solid trunk. Its arms stiffen, reaching outwards and upwards, slowly regaining the colossal height that it once possessed. Roots appear and bury themselves underground as the forest floor itself rises a little to accommodate. I remember now that Abigail mentioned before that one of the Fairy Queen's duties was to help the forest spirit pass on. And with Geladura missing for so long, it was impossible. I wonder how many decades or centuries this one had existed before meeting Abigail. No wonder all the trees here have such vibrance. No wonder this is the center of life in the forest. Just like the process that made me the Fairy Queen, there's little pomp and flair to the transformation, but instead it feels intimate and calm. When Geladura retracts her hand and the magic dissipates once more, everything is still and silent. Abigail says goodbye to the forest spirit, which has turned into a tree. Abigail kneels on the ground before it, with the spirit's eye being the only recognizable part of it. Abigail falls to her knees at the base of the newborn tree. The spirit's great eye slowly slides down the trunk, a final magical motion until it's level with her face. Despite the tears in her eyes, Abigail manages a smile.
Hello, old friend. Thank you for everything you've given me. Not just company, but another chance at life itself. I'll miss you. I really will. more than I'll miss anything else here. I'm sorry I wasn't around much lately, but I hope you know that I was very happy. Even when it was just us, even when there was no one else.
She reaches up, touching her hand to the tree just like the Fairy Queen did, except it isn't a regal, powerful touch. It's delicate and soft. She presses her forehead against the tender bark, not bothering to wipe away the tears.
And I hope you know that I'll be even happier now. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be okay.
Abigail remains there for a long moment. The forest spirit's eye watches her as best it can, for as long as it can. Slowly, it goes dim. The red light fades to gray, and then the same plain brown as the rest of the tree. Within moments, it's indistinguishable from the rest of the forest. Abigail looks back up and notices the change. She brushes her hand across the sightless eye, and then she rises to face Geladura.
Thank you.
I'm sure you made its life that much more wonderful as well.
I hope so. Tara, do we still have time before we have to board our train?
Couple hours, yeah.
If it's no trouble, I'd like to return to the Fairy Grove one final time.
I'd be happy to take you.
Tara and Morgan nod in approval. They've both been keeping pretty quiet, although that's only unusual for Tara. Still, I'm glad that she's being considerate of the solemn mood. Once more, Geladura takes our hands and transports us to the fairy clearing. There's no evidence of what took place last night. While there aren't any deer this time, a few birds are in their nests. All is right in the grove. A little strange to not instantly feel the presence of the fairies in my head. I'm sure they're close by, but like usual, they keep their distance. As soon as we regain our balance, Abigail wordlessly starts to head for the shore. Tara taps me on the shoulder.
Hey, me and Morgan are gonna take a walk. Give you two a couple minutes.
Sure. Thanks.
The two of them set off at a leisurely pace around the water. Geladura goes with them. She and Morgan will surely want to say goodbye as well. Abigail's already down by the water, and I move to join her. Her hand grasps mine as she squeezes tightly. She breathes in deeply. I do the same. The air is crisp but refreshing. This place has been so special to both of us that I'm a little bit sad to leave it behind as well. I know that's nothing compared to how Abigail must feel. I don't speak. I'm sure that in her heart, Abigail's saying her final goodbyes to this place. I'll let her be the first to speak. We stand there in comfortable silence for a while, hand in hand.
I said before that I had come to love the forest as much as I possibly could, but now, when we're about to leave, I realize that I was wrong. Because I love it more now than I ever have before. It isn't that I want to stay, but rather that I never had the opportunity to miss it. And now, on the eve of my departure, I'm sure that I will. I think there's a certain kind of love that comes from having something, but there's a different kind of love that can only come from losing it.
To my surprise, she isn't crying. In the past, when we've talked like this, it's been accompanied by tears, both joyful and sad. But now, when I look over at Abigail, she looks determined. Determined to be happy.
Just because you leave something behind doesn't mean you've lost it. It just means that you have to learn to love it in a different way. When you look back on something and it makes you smile, that counts too. Love isn't just about moving forward. Sometimes it's about looking back. This place will always be special to you, and to me, in different ways.
What if I forget? What if someday I can't look back and remember what it looks like? What if I can't remember how it felt the first time we kissed? What if I forget how happy I am right now?
Even if you forget, you'll still carry it with you. It's still a part of who you are. It made you the person you are today. The memories aren't what's important. What's important is how they help you grow.
We go quiet again after that. I surprised even myself with those words. When I look back 5 or 10 or even 50 years from now, I wonder how I'll feel about this time in my life. Not just the forest and all the magical things that have happened, but everything that led up to it. Working on Terra Normal and all that we accomplished there, all the dreams that I put aside for it, but also the new ones that it instilled in me. I still have a lot to figure out, and feelings to sort through, but now the future doesn't seem too ominous and scary. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. From behind us, I can hear the sounds of Morgan and Tara approaching once more from their walk. I squeeze Abigail's hand and she starts to lead me back towards our friends.
Come on, let's go home.
All aboard! The train conductor yells out his iconic line, and there's a loud hiss as the train begins to move. It feels like something out of an old-timey film, but I suppose that's more than appropriate for how our journey has gone so far. Beside me, Abigail sits with a white-knuckle grip on the seats, alternating between staring out the window and making sure the ground is still beneath her. Across from me, Tara and Morgan sprawl across each other, all pretenses of not a couple abandoned. As for me, I drink it all in, with a smile on my face. Every one of us deserves this. We pull out of the station, and I gaze out the window alongside Abigail. On the way in, I remember how scary and foreboding the forest looked, and how it felt like entering another world. Now, on the way out, I certainly won't miss it, but I'm not afraid anymore. I wonder if Gaelodota is watching us, somewhere out there.
Hey, Mads.
Of course Tara's the one to break the silence.
How proud do you think my folks will be that I finally got around to adding forged government documents to my criminal record?
I mean, they'll only get added to your record if you get caught.
I just have to laugh. I can't even be mad at her for this one, because there's no way we're getting Abigail into the country otherwise. I'm not sure how she did it. Maybe that's a brand of magic of her own.
What will be the first thing we do when we get back?
Asks Abigail.
Oh, you know we're gonna party!
From where her head rests on Morgan's lap, Tara still manages to strike a pose.
We've got New Year's coming up. Plus, Maddie's birthday is the day before.
Both Abigail and Morgan's eyes widen. I try to brush it off. Every year, Tara swears we're going to go all out for my birthday. Every year she takes like 2 drinks and passes out, or falls out of her bar stool, whichever comes first.
Morgan, Abby, both of you drink, right?
I highly doubt Abby does.
I do.
Yeah, Morgan!
It's been quite a long time since I have, of course, but I'm certainly partial to it.
Oh, damn, okay.
You both know what that means then, right?
Like at one point, we straight up saw Morgan, like, pouring booze into her coffee.
Tara's question is met with 3 blank stares.
Oh no.
Drinking contest!
Oh no.
Oh god, Tara. Not again.
Morgan drinking everyone under the table? Absolutely. Abigail may have had to drink to avoid dysentery? Good point.
Come on, you're okay with Morgan and Abby watching you drunkenly sing MCR, right?
Oh no.
No, I'm not okay.
Ha! See? See?
While Tara launches into an extremely exaggerated version of my last birthday party for Morgan and Abigail's benefits, I find myself looking out the window, watching the world go by once again. There's so much that I'm looking forward to when we get home. Teaching Abigail about the world, going back to school. I'll also do my best to help Morgan take over the duties on the show. Maybe I'll even come back to guest star in an episode or 2. For so long, I wanted the world to slow down, just a little bit, so I could catch up, figure things out, figure myself out. If there's one thing that being dead and hearing Abigail's stories taught me, it's that I don't want to look back later with regret. Just like I told her at the lake, we have a lot of good memories left to create. I intend to savor every minute of them. I listen to the conversation, laughing along even while I daydream about the future. My heart is happy here, even if my head's in the clouds right now. Abigail leans into my side, giggling at some joke whose punchline I missed, but I smile all the same. She'll make an optimist out of me yet. If there's one thing that we have now, it's time. And as for everything else, well, I'm sure the world won't mind if I keep it waiting just a bit longer.
Don't go anywhere, chat. There is a thing after the credits. So good, 10 out of 10. You missed parts of it too, so like imagine what it'll be like when you actually see all of it. There's alt art of Terra wearing a dress? I need that. I should check the art book. Yeah, they wake up in bed together the first time. No cryptids were harmed in the making of this game. Thank you for playing. And Dan.
Madison, look! There it is!
Abigail reaches out the open window to point at the ocean, sparkling in the summer sun. My heart pounds as I hear the pure joy in her voice. The instant the train pulls to a complete stop, she and Terra bolt for the door. Morgan grins at me and stands to follow them. I'm right behind her. Alright, gang, this is it. All four gals head to the beach for a day of fun in the sun. Terra's leaping for joy while wearing a Terranormal t-shirt, complete with UFO and rainbow. Maddie and Abigail are both in light beach wear. Morgan has cut her hair short and watches them with a smile.
Smell that air. Feel that ocean breeze. Look at those crashing waves. I told you this place was awesome.
She looks back at us to make sure we're all as overjoyed as she is. With all her excitement, you'd think she was the one who had never seen a beach before. Also, look at Morgan's hair. Hang on. I'm gonna get myself out of the way here. Look at Morgan. That's what she had been trying for this whole time, instead of having to wear the crap that Evelyn wanted. It's so good. Also, Terra's hair is a fair bit longer, is very cute. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. Yeah, the CG is so important. It is. What, the pun and irony? Are you... for what, Terranormal? Oh, pixie cut. I mean, I don't think that specifically is a pixie cut right there, but...
This is...
Her voice trails off as her head swivels around, still trying to take it all in. I silently step up behind her and take her hand. She doesn't look at me, but the small squeeze she gives my hand is all I need to know she appreciates it.
Pretty incredible, huh?
She closes her eyes and tilts her head up towards the sun, taking in the summer.
It's better than I ever dared to imagine.
Oh, sweet bean. For a moment, I'm reminded of the glow that surrounded her the first time we read together. Was that the first time my heart stopped when I looked at her? It's happened so often that I've lost count. By now, I've known her as a human for longer than I knew her as a ghost, but she's still got that same otherworldly beauty that she had back then.
Thank you, Madison.
Abigail looks back to me and smiles.
For everything.
I know the kiss is coming before Abigail even starts to move, and I'm more than ready for it. I wrap my arms around her and let her lips press against mine, our bodies perfectly pressed together.
You were worth the wait.
We touch our foreheads together, fingers intertwined. There's no need to say anything else. For once, Tara waits for us to finish before interjecting, but the instant we separate, she's back to her boisterous self.
Are you guys coming or what?
Morgan puts her arm around Tara's shoulders as she waves us on. Not missing a beat, Tara pushes her long hair to the side so Morgan can kiss her cheek.
Come on, I'll race you there.
You're on.
I love how Abby's like the high energy one to match Tara. It's so cute. Yeah, there's no way to like get to this ending in this part specifically and not just be grinning. It's so good. These two turned out to have a surprising amount in common. Whatever store of energy they both draw from, it seems to be infinite. That's because Abby's been saving it up for 200 years. Morgan and I go at a much more similar pace, although even she's more enthusiastic about going along with Tara's craziness. Love does that, I guess.
You go ahead, babe. I'll catch up.
Yeah, and Tara's just an anomaly. She herself is the cryptid.
Me too. My swimsuit definitely isn't built for sprinting.
Abigail gives me a nod and another quick peck. Tara tries to do the same, but Morgan pulls her in for a full-on kiss. When she pulls away, Tara looks completely stunned.
Better hurry, Abigail. Don't waste the head start.
It's the first time I've ever seen a kiss used to give someone a tactical advantage. I can respect that. Abigail takes off running while Tara blinks away her daze before dashing after her.
No fair!
Yes, it is! You have longer legs than me!
Morgan and I are left in the dust, both chuckling at our overzealous partners. I doubt either of us expected someone so energetic to be such a perfect fit.
We should probably go after them.
Lead the way.
We both take off behind our girlfriends, entering the water and rushing to their arms. I can barely feel the cold of the water as Abigail's warmth envelops me.
And here I thought you were going to keep me waiting again.
We lean in for a kiss at the same time, our lips pressing together in a deep, warm union.
Don't you worry, Abigail. I'll always be right behind you.
The smile she gives me puts the sunlight to shame.
I know, Madison. I know.
Oh. That's it? What a good story. I'm so glad I got to share this with you guys. This is like, it's my favorite story ever. I legit thought, because of the power outage and all the fuck-ups last time, that it would have taken us like another 2 streams, and I guess it could have, since I could have stopped at 11 and it would have been 2 hours. But we're gonna have something fun for next week. There is a very short, it's like a half hour, 45 minutes at most, kind of follow-up game in question marks. It's just a collection of 4 different scenes in chibi art. It's called I Told You So. And I Told You So is fucking hilarious because it's basically what Tara turns her show into. And it gets to be, and it's, like, we get to see them, like, after they've all kind of acclimated back into real life. So I'm not sure what else we'll end up doing next Wednesday, but that is the primary plan. But yeah, what a fucking story. I am so happy we got through it. I love it so much. But you know what we're gonna do, chat? We're gonna go raid Tag. I think he's actually wrapping up, so we're gonna jump in on this shit. And our raid message will be happy ending. But yeah, thank you everyone so much for being with me through this amazing story. And I will catch you all next week. I'm going away this weekend. Tag is also going away, so no Final Fantasy XIV on Friday. But yeah, next Wednesday will be I Told You So, and I can't wait. Catch you guys later, and I hope you all have a great rest of your night.
Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Hi, everybody. Well, shit. I think I have to do this now. Roll the clip.